As a same-sex couple, you have to come out over and over. And in the military, you move all the time. You have to come out again to everybody. Moving to every one of the small towns, it's always a concern, especially with children.
We focus on the military member. However, in order for the military member to be effective, their family really, truly has to be resilient.
You need greater understanding of who those families are, how families define themselves within the lives that they live, who are involved. We need to be thinking about the definition of families, understanding access, understanding who requires support, and recognizing that military service members are the ones that really define who their families are, whether that meets the strict criteria of what DoD defines a family as, or whether it's outside that definition.
The construct of the family is different today than it was, say, 50 years ago. If you consider back to when the time that the National Military Family Association was founded back in 1969, during the height of the Vietnam War, the force that was serving was drafted, typically a single male.
Lee and I met when she was in flight school in Pensacola, Florida. Lee is a major in the Marine Corps, Lieutenant Colonel Select. It's been good since my mother-in-law's passing to have my father-in-law around and in the house, and to just be able to go through that together as a family, and to have the kids have that relationship with him.
It's been tough because, losing a spouse of 32 years. I've been blessed though to have really lived with the kids and Lee and Kat, because they've kept me busier than I normally would have been. Kat does a lot of the cooking. I try to get carry-outs for them at least several times a week to take some burden off of her. I'm becoming an expert dishwasher. I do all the dishwashing.
I was working, and now I am no longer working. I am actively looking for employment, and it is without a doubt one of the most soul-crushing things ever.
At least military pay by design is middle to working class pay levels. More and more families, American families, not just military families, require two incomes.
When my husband and I were stationed in Nebraska at Offutt Air Force Base, I decided to go back to school to become a teacher. So I get my teaching certification, only to discover, as I find out once we have orders from North Carolina, that North Carolina at that point in 2010 only had reciprocity with 32 states. And of course, none of those states were Midwestern states.
All right, that was from our friends at Stars and Stripes, who is our sponsor for this. So thank you, Stars and Stripes, for everything that you're doing, promoting us, supporting our creators and our influencers. If you've just joined us, this is a 24-hour live stream put on by Parade Deck, so March Madness live stream, and we are bringing literally 24 creators to you every hour. And I started this morning at 8 o'clock, and so it's already been a long day, but a lot of great influencers, information, messages, lifting their voices up. So we appreciate you watching. You can always go to paradedeck.com, look for your creators, follow them, subscribe, find their YouTube page, their Spotify, whatever your taste is, make sure that you're following them. That's what today is all about, is about building community. It's about showing support for those who have given a lot to our country, and they still continue to do that. Many of our creators and influencers represent nonprofits. So even though they may be monetizing, that money goes back to those nonprofits. And a lot of the money just goes to sustain the program. So like Spondulix, who just gave an amazing presentation on financial literacy, they need all the support you can give them. So visit their website, spondulix.org. You can find them on Parade Deck. But make sure that once you find them, you follow them somewhere so you're getting up-to-date information on them. So, all right, our next guest is Michael Wood, Marine Corps veteran, is the owner and founder of Never Forgotten Media, also one of my colleagues, advisory in our Parade Deck. So he brings a lot, I've worked with him probably a year or so, I'm not sure, but does a lot of amazing projects with media, production, editing, you name it. He's truly talented in that area. So he's going to come on with his crew. They're going to talk a little bit. Actually, I'm not sure what they're going to talk about, but I assume it's editing and production and what they do at Never Forgotten Media. Again, to help amplify the voice of not only military and service members, but the world around us. And so today, I know it's NCAA. I know you're probably watching your favorite basketball team, but, choose a favorite influencer to watch today as well. And you can start by watching Michael and his team. So let's start with Michael Wood.
Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it. Thank you, Andrew. We're waiting for this.
Hey, I got you. I went on mute real quick. All right, there we go. Yeah, I didn't have the right background, so I couldn't multitask. I'm not a multitasker. Probably the wrong person to be doing a 24-hour live stream. So Luke, Siggy, good to meet you. Michael, I'm going to give it over to you. If you guys have any links you want to share, just put them up in the chat, and I'll put them up on the screen for you. So thanks, Michael.
Okay.
Thanks, guys, for taking the time to do this.
All right. Hey, thank you, Andrew. I appreciate the time and the platform today. I definitely want to welcome Luke and Chiggy. Thank you for being here with me. One of the biggest things about live streaming is that, we do have a lot of great tools. We're doing stuff that 20 years ago cost $20,000 per 5 minutes. And so now we're able to do so much more with so little. But the biggest resource I would say that is around us for whatever type of production is our crew. And so that's the reason why I have Luke and Chiggy here today, is because Luke is a wizard in digital content, but he's also an amazing DP. And also, he deals a lot with lighting sets and everything. And so one of the things that we struggle with is, get the best gear, get the best camera, get the newest platform. But those simplest terms, the simplest things with lighting, if you got bad lighting, it doesn't matter how much money you throw at equipment, it's going to be horrible. Flipping over to Chige, he's a sound engineer, and he deals a lot with not only recording, but live streaming and mixing. And that's more important than the visuals for anything. So even for our live streams, that if the audio is horrible, then it's hard to listen to. So that's why I appreciate both of you being here.
Yeah,
but with that, let me jump in, Luke. Let me take and hand it over to you for a minute, because you have a lot of experience in AV productions. So before the pandemic, you were dealing a lot with AV type, and AV productions are very similar to live streaming. It's just for an in-house audience. So Luke, can you share a little bit about your experiences and some of the tools that you used while you were doing AV?
Yeah.
Oh, we lost your audio, Luke. Still there? Yeah, so it's cutting in and out.
Yeah, that's the since the rain, my internet has been great.
Okay, so there we go.
Still cutting in and out?
We can hear you a little bit better now.
Let me that happen. Make it any better?
Yes, that did.
All right.
Thank you.
Here we go. Yeah, I did a lot. I've done a lot of on-set, a lot of live stuff, getting on site. And sorry, your question is like, which direction you want me to take this? Just how I.
Yeah, just talk a little bit about, dealing in that AV space and how it connects with live streaming, because a lot of those, a lot of that production for an in-house audience translates to a live audience that we're now doing for YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is just dealing with the constant things that go wrong on set, just like any production when you're live streaming. The internet's slow, the communications between the equipment and all the wireless cameras you got going, or there's something in house that's affecting it. But I feel like I'm using a lot of tools in some of these streaming platforms on the computer to just help amplify the production in post, be it noise cancellation on the audio side, to just visual denoising, things like for speakers when we're talking right now, like I'm looking at you but I'm not actually looking at you. I'm using a video AI effect to move my eyes to the camera, kind of thing.
Wow, really?
Yeah, so if I were to disable this effect right now, this is what I'm actually looking at. But if I turn it on, now I'm looking back at you. So it's just a way to it's a way to do the teleprompter or connect with your audience a little better on camera, because oftentimes we found in these direct to camera approaches for our virtual productions is the audience feels disconnected enough because they're behind a screen, and when the person's eyes, the speaker's eyes, are just off camera where they don't really feel connected, there's a even further disconnect there. So these little things that are popping up now in this AI enhanced production world are really making productions better and come across more connective. And for me, that's exciting because I feel like as we've established this world that we can work remotely, it was a huge disconnect as far as live production when all this happened. So it's like now that we're making these big advances, I don't know. I'm excited that our jobs can now be, we can be directors and producers from, halfway across the country and get a product that looks really good, with
Yeah.
a not so complicated setup on the other end. If you're working with, clients that aren't AV savvy.
Yeah, no, definitely. And then, Chigi, for you, what are some of your favorite tools that you actually use for live streaming audio?
Sure. I mean, especially since the pandemic, we've had so many upticks in production quality and whatnot. And I think what I love a lot is that we went from a really large scale when it came the amount of gear you needed and the things that you needed to have and the tools that you had to do to get to that broadcast side of it, that live production side of it, and how much it's pared down and narrowed down. I mean, I hate to start talking about Black Magic in this sense, but it's a good company. I mean, I know it's cheap, but it's a good company and it's not the highest quality. But what I love about that, especially in the smaller format situations, is that one ME switcher kind of thing can take audio in and out. It'll do its own switching if you need it. It'll, your roll ins, your roll outs, your video in, video outs, all of that audio will be combined in and just goes out a left and right and you're done. It's becoming more simple nowadays, which is fantastic. I have done broadcast for so long, mixing in such large format consoles, the old Calrex and
Mhm.
the old Studers, and I mean, even the SSLs, things like that, which we can, it takes a master's in engineering degree and an IT degree just to make it talk right. Nowadays, it's a lot more simple, which is great. But yeah, I mean, outside of that, the other tools that I know I use constantly, and this isn't more of an audio or video tool, but it's a Stream Deck. I mean, that has, to me, if you're doing any type of live production, that Stream Deck is invaluable. I mean, it can do just about anything and everything. I was doing a show recently where I had a guy, we had a big LED wall. It was a corporate show that we were live streaming out to the employees of the corporation. And there was a guy who was controlling, a computer with ProPresenter, two computers, both with ProPresenter on it, one with the backdrop of the LED walls, and then actually firing video cues with the second, plus all the lighting cues. And he had all of those things wrapped into one Stream Deck button. So one button would fire 3 or 4 different cues, and everything would change, and it was seamless. That is one of the things that I've seen, and even in the audio post side of it, you can use. I've used that Stream Deck to fire roll-ins and roll-outs and things like that audibly, just the same. So there are a few tools that are coming out that are making a lot more fun, and again, just a lot more simple.
Yeah, and I think it's just there to help us make our jobs, easier. One of the things that with that Stream Deck, like you were mentioning, is that you could set up a whole entire show and run it off that Stream Deck.
Yep.
Everything is pre-programmed, one up, ready one, take two, and it's up. Your graphics are coming up on screen. You're adjusting your fade in and out of your audio. So the Stream Deck is such an amazing tool. And then sort of coming back to Luke, using the NVIDIA, I've used actually the NVIDIA, app, I guess you would want to say, for audio processing, and, taking a microphone on my laptop and making it sound much better, removing background noise. And it's amazing how this technology has advanced so much. I'm excited to utilize some more, what Luke was showing. And I think what we'll have to do is get you full screen so the audience can really see your eyes, and, because that would just make my job so much easier instead of, I have all these tools to help talent look at camera, so even for me, it's like looking at camera is one thing, but then we have multiple monitors around, and trying to be on camera and be a producer is quite interesting and challenging. But yeah, what the other things that, for the tools that I find really helpful, especially for my clientele. So right now you can see I have my overlay on my camera on. So many times I have that up for the crew that's on set, because the crew knows that if they see something that's wrong, somebody needs to say something very quickly. And so having these overlays over there for not just the crew, but also the client, to see how things are going, audio levels, LUTs, frame rates. And so those tools really help while we're on set. Typically, you don't see somebody's overlay on a live stream, but hey, why not? We're talking about tools today. So let me go ahead and switch over to a 3-up. So Luke, if we switched over to a full screen, would you be able to take and show a little bit more of your eye movements with that?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, let me see if I can. Andrew, are you able to make Luke full screen? Well, we got Chiggy full screen, so.
I mean, I could do it, but I'd have to move my head. I don't have that.
All right.
Yeah. So now, in the NVIDIA Broadcast app, I'm on the camera side, and I'm using the video effects tab to add these effects. So it's partially, background replacement, that kind of thing. But for the eyes, I'm looking at you guys right now, right? I mean, I don't know. I see you in the camera. It feels like I'm looking right at you. But if I take it off, now you see where I'm looking. I'm looking over here, side screen.
Wow.
Pop it back on. I'm looking at you, off, on. It's this it's a super helpful thing. So it's like, I tell people, test me, I can memorize anything. That when I first figured this out, I would be on a Zoom and say, hey, I can memorize a page of copy in 10 seconds. Give me a chance. And I didn't tell anyone I had this. And I said, just send me the copy in the chat. And they did. And I'd click this on and I'd just read it dynamically. And people were blown away, like, what? And then I'd say, actually, I'm using this AI feature. I'm just reading your copy, kind of thing. So
This is really cool.
yeah,
It's I mean, the camera quality that's coming in over your internet is a little bit harder, but I could definitely tell that your eye line is looking at me or the audience.
yeah, that
And
helps.
yeah,
But it
hey,
works. It works with glasses too. You know, that's the amazing thing.
and it's interesting how AI has really come into production on a whole
Mhm.
nother level. I mean, 2010s, 2007, 2010, things were shaken up, shaken. I can't talk right now. Shaken
Shook,
up.
shooken up.
Um, and then before the pandemic, we had another shift, and then the pandemic really pushed us
Yeah.
into the age of where we're at now. And all these tools, from the production environment, a lot of people were worried that it would take over their jobs, and to some
Yeah,
degree, it has. Um, but with that, as creators, we just have to learn with working with the tools. So if we have a new tool that replaces our skill set, we just have to learn how to utilize it, and be able to still be that creator. So at the end of the day, that's a real skill set, not I'm a color grade, or an editor. Those things are going to be replaced by AI sooner or later, if not already.
oh yeah. I
So
strongly feel that the people who are going to survive AI in our creative video production are the early adopters. So the people like us who jumped on Blackmagic when it came and saw potential and like, oh, this is huge. The people who see the new software and let's say, let's try it. That people are trying to not just better themselves, but we're not afraid of new technology. We try to embrace it and stretch it and see what we can do. Those are the people that are gonna survive AI. It's like, yeah, AI came about and I used it to take the job that took 50% of my time. Now it's done for me, and that frees me up so much more to get my creative ideas out there, to be a
yeah.
better functioning video creator as far as marketing, all this stuff, because a lot of the work is done.
So for all of us, let's. What is y'all's favorite platforms that you use online right now? So Chiggy.
I mean, YouTube is the go-to. I mean, it's kind of the industry standard at this point, isn't it? I think there's still a lot of organizations and things that are still streaming straight to Facebook. As I've done a couple streams that have used that, have embedded, audio, video straight to Facebook, and more of like a Facebook Live thing. But I don't think it's interesting to me because YouTube has such a corner on that market. Having any other platform come above that and kind of take over is I don't know. I don't know if that's even possible at this point, unless YouTube does something drastic to their creators or their content and shifts in such a way that a lot of people have to run to do different, to promote their video in a certain way or whatnot. But yeah, I mean, YouTube and Facebook are really the only two that I've messed with.
And I think that's it goes to one of my points, that you really want to be where your audience is at.
Oh yeah,
So if they are on Facebook, you need to take and be creating content for Facebook. One of the challenges that we have, we only have so much time in the day, and so we typically repurpose. We don't even repurpose. We just copy our content from one platform to the other. And it really doesn't do justice for the audience. So we really have to, because if we posted a master class, a training video on a TikTok, that's not the right fit. It's more of a community engage and have fun and teach in that platform. Whereas YouTube, is much more of a longer format. They do have the new shorts coming on, but there's, I do a lot of video podcasting for clients, and I approach each episode, from an audio perspective, but the importance of having the visuals in the longer format and having it on YouTube, just you can go and find it. Where if you put content on social media, the life expectancy of a video or audio on there is a day and a half, and it's gone. It's out of people's feeds. And so to be able to have that channel that people can come back to is pretty important. Um, Luke, besides you mentioned something about Wonder Studio, and I saw some of the videos on that. Um,
Yeah,
I could bring that up in a little bit, but can you talk a little bit about what it is and what it does?
for sure. So Wonder Studio is embracing AI for the visual effects pipeline. So say you got, Iron Man, in a Marvel movie, and most of those scenes, everything is composited in after, like the suit, or with Man of Steel or Batman, the capes are after the fact and that kind of thing. And so in a visual effects pipeline, not only are there hundreds of people in that, but there are a multitude of steps. So like if someone were to hand me a shot with an actor in it, and said, hey, I need to put a suit on him or that kind of stuff, I'd have to take the whole shot, make a clean plate, like remove the actor, and then I'd have to throw in the pieces that they want to see, a suit, a cape, or replace the actor with a robot or an alien. And then I'd have to do a bunch of compositing passes where I adjust the depth of field for the character. I apply lighting passes. I apply ambient occlusion, shadow passes, everything to take this digital element and blend it into the actual footage that was filmed on set. What Wonder Studio has done, and it's still in beta, is it's basically taking your shot. Say you filmed a shot with a guy and you're like, okay, we got to make him a robot in this scene, or we got to make both these people aliens. It analyzes your footage. It takes out, creates the clean plate, pops in your 3D model, takes the rigging off of the actual human, like matches all the arm movements, the face movements, the hand movements, applies them to the character, then lights it, composites in, and spits out a seamless video. On top of that, it also splits out all the layers. So you as a compositor can take it and say, wow, that's 95% of the way there. I'm going to finesse it to my liking. So AI just did a whole bunch of people's job in a record amount of time. So that means that someone like me who wants to create or has aspirations to create those bigger budget looking films, but I only have a small budget, now I have a chance of making those because it sounds bad, I can replace a lot of work that people do with AI, which saves me a ton of money, and I can just focus on being creative. And I can go back and say, oh man, I really like that shot, but I hated the performance. Let's redo it with this performance. Okay, usually that's, okay, $25,000, let's redo that one. It's like, nope, let's pop it in, let it pop out. And I think the other shocking thing with this is what they're doing is you can, upload a whole scene. So multiple cuts. It'll analyze the cuts like Resolve. It'll take it out and it'll composite per shot. So it's still in beta, but it's got a lot of backers. I mean, Spielberg, who's always been an early adopter, has hopped in on this as an advisor and just like.
Well, I'll tell you what, Luke, why don't we just go ahead and bring it up on screen? I know that there's some music in it, so we're pulling it from YouTube. So if we get hit with a strike, sorry, Andrew, it's all your fault.
I can mute it. It's fine if you want me to.
No, so I've got it loaded up.
Perfect.
Ready to play. Are you able to share your screen, Luke, or no?
Oh, I can definitely share my screen. Do you want me to play it though?
Yeah, I'll play it. So that way we'll just have it full screen. So give 1 second. All right, let's see if we can.
They say all great stories start with a sense of wonder. And what if bringing those stories to life wasn't limited by our resources, but only by our imagination? Welcome to Wonder Studio, where making movies with CGI is as simple as selecting your actor and assigning a character.
That is pretty cool.
The actor's performance across cuts and automatically animates, lights, and composes the CG character directly into the scene. Whether it's one shot or a full sequence, Wonder Studio analyzes and captures everything from body motion, lighting, compositing, camera motion, and it even tracks the actor's facial performance. All the
Yeah, I don't know
artist
why I'm
needs
getting
is a
goosebumps.
camera.
It's technology. I'm just looking at this and I'm saying, wow, this is going to save so many months of
So many months.
post-production.
Filmmaking
I mean, I
is
think
a
of all the
medium of
streaming
creativity and
studios and how much
collaboration
content they
between
want to put out.
artists. There's no AI that can replace that. Wonder Studio was built to empower those artists while still keeping the existing 3D process in mind. Alongside the rendered results, Wonder Studio gives you the ability to export the individual layers you need to deliver your final visual effects shot. Whether it's lighting, camera, or animation, you can maintain full control and make detailed adjustments in 3D space. From the paintbrush, to the typewriter, to the camera, tools have always been an extension of the artist, a means to help our voices be heard.
That's pretty cool.
With Wonder Studio,
So, I mean, technology is really just on a whole nother level.
Yeah.
Especially for, I mean, we're going to see down the road, we're going to see live podcasts, live events like this with animations,
Oh, yeah.
and it's live action. It's us talking on camera. We could probably have set it up for today, but the other thing is the amount of processing and power. So it's not just going to be able to, put up a laptop and then, oh, this is going to work. Well, I also have, 12 other things going on my laptop.
Right.
And that's one of the first downfalls I see that, for live streaming is that, we put everything into one device, and then when something goes wrong, everything breaks down,
Yeah.
and so, I guess that comes to my other point of in live streaming, taking that approach for a large production in the same role that, we have amazing technology where, for like the ATEM switchers, we can do encoding, we can do recording, we can do the switching, we can bring graphics in. But if that ATEM starts freezing, our whole live stream goes down.
Right.
So many times I'll use it just for an encoder or just for a switcher, and then I'll have a laptop for the encoder piece, and then I'll have another one for graphics. It takes more for your production, but at the end of the day, when something breaks, then you only have one element that goes down, and you could quickly replace it.
So, Michael, question for you, because you do a lot of streaming stuff. What about, like, do you think Blackmagic is going to transition stuff with Blackmagic Cloud and that kind of stuff? They're going to start transitioning stuff, all your streaming stuff online, like even your physical equipment. So you set up cameras and you run it all, but Blackmagic does the processing on computers. Because, for example, like, I can't afford a $200,000 VFX array machine, to do this. But there are services now that allow me, through a fast internet connection, to use computers and a whole array of computers to do a complex scene that would not play anywhere near real time on a fast tower that I have here, but I can work through it real time on the web because I'm renting space on those machines. Do you think streaming stuff will, I don't know, use cloud stuff a little more to help processing on site?
Yes. So, and it's already happening. So one of the tools that I use is called vMix. So it's like the ATEM switchers, but it's software based, and it's actually PC based. But we have multiple I can't say an instance of it running in the cloud. So
Mhm.
we'll have a mixing job. So we'll have multiple cameras that are on location coming into one server, and then we have an operator that's actually doing the switching for those live cameras. Then we have another one that's for the studio, and we have somebody managing that, switching the different cameras in the studio. Both of those are coming into another one where there's more of a higher level that's going between the two feeds. And then many times there's a third layer that graphics are being added. So going back to the U.S. Open that I did in September here in San Diego, in the production truck, we were mixing the cameras, and doing camera control, but the feed was actually going to London, and then London was repackaging it. So all of this is done in the servers in the cloud. Um, so it comes down to the tool. So many times those work really well for larger events because you're able to break them out and set up different rent services for the processing power, so you don't have to bring it into the event. But one of the things that the ATEMs are really good for live events is when you see those big monitors and you see the camera up on the screen or the graphics. The ATEM is a hardware device, so the latency that goes to the screen is much shorter than if you go through software. Software adds more latency, so many times you'll see on bigger productions, you'll see hardware switchers, software switchers, servers that are off location. So any large event, NFL, racing, they have switchers on location, but it ends up going to a control center on servers in the cloud. So it's pretty impressive. Coming back to your question about ATEM for Blackmagic Design, I think that it's just one of those tools. They're doing really well. In the early days, there was a lot of breakdowns, a lot of issues, just because they were so fast to market and trying to democratize, giving the tool sets down to smaller crews, smaller productions. Because before Blackmagic came around with the ATEM switchers, it was $20,000 a switcher.
Right.
And so they came out and sort of shook up that aspect, especially with the ATEM mini line. But even their cameras did the same thing, and that's actually, you could call me a Blackmagic house. All my cameras, all my switchers are Blackmagic. My Sony is actually sitting on my desk. I'm not using it today. I'm using a Blackmagic, but my $2,000 Sony is a webcam. But it comes down to tools. So there's different environments and different productions that I rent Sonys for that are much better in low light. Blackmagic needs a lot of light. So
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about, have either one of you used StreamYard or Restream or
No.
Riverside?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So real quick, so many times in these productions, in these smaller live streams, we'll use an intermediate streaming type service, but even for large conferences. So you have a front and a backstage, and many times that backstage is a different service. It could be in the cloud, it could be on site, but so Restream is one of those where you can actually pipe your feed into, and you can send it out to multiple Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, all these different at the same time. But they also have a virtual studio, so you could actually sort of like this platform, which I'll talk about in a minute, Opus. Right now, we're using this as bringing in all our guests, all our graphics. We're doing videos, all in a web browser. So Restream is like that. Another comparable one is StreamYard. StreamYard is similar in the sense that, it allows you to switch cameras, music, graphics, all from the browser instead of having to have all this hardware. And one of the ones I use for a lot of video podcasts is actually called Riverside FM.
Yeah.
The difference between these that, like Opus that we're on right now, this is more for live streaming, and our video quality changes depending on the bandwidth we have. For Riverside, what they do differently is that they take and they'll still stream the quality that you see on the camera, but it will record locally to your computer and then upload it. So as a producer, I actually use that a lot more for my clients when they have a call-in guest. So then that way I can get the best quality from the call-in guest instead of recording their live stream that's coming to me.
Yeah.
Now I know StreamYard just recently turned that on, so that's a new feature for them. And I think Opus might be doing that in the future. But so right now, so talk a little bit about Opus. Opus Studio is similar to those platforms, but they have also built in scenes. So the difference is that, like in OBS, you can create scenes. So scene one, you have a different layout. You can build the whole show into different scenes. And so for OBS Studio, everything that has been set up for this this 24-hour live stream has actually been built into scenes. So that way there's one, and it comes up with the graphics and the logos and the templates that are built for that segment. And it's the same thing that we do in productions. There's segments, and so it's another tool that helps you get your job done much faster and easier without having to do a bunch of editing. So I wanted to focus a little bit more on audio. So I think that, I mentioned earlier, audio is one of the most important things. And like right now, even we have noise audio in the background, so for a client production, I would say for corporates, we wouldn't have this, and I think it's just that, the laptops that we're using and stuff like that. But Chiggy, so what would you say, a couple of tips for getting the best audio with the tools that you have?
Sure. I mean, understanding processing is a big thing. Understanding, it's really fun to watch a lot of the video tools that are being created. The better cameras, the faster processors, the things like that make all the video production good, and they are adding a few audio tidbits in there as well, which is nice. But so understanding the software you have and what kind of audio devices and settings that you can get into with it. Obviously, having an external microphone is huge. And here I am talking with my AirPods, but having an external microphone is very important because, and a quality one at that. You can go buy $100 USB microphone and call it done, but the A to D in it, the processing is done inside the microphone. You're going to get noise. It's a noise floor thing, and so having a quality microphone is great. Understanding, how the microphone functions and how it goes into the platforms that you have, and then from that point, knowing your software. If you have a denoiser that you can throw in line as you go, then use it. 100% use it because like you said, it might look great. If you can't be heard, then it's a problem. And I'll actually do a quick shout out. I've never met this individual, but there's a guy on YouTube that does meteorology, and he does live when there's severe weather. He goes on YouTube, does his whole live. He'll be on there for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, depending on how bad the storms are running through, the tornado watches and everything else. And it always sounds fantastic. And he's got a microphone through a Focusrite going into a little switcher, and like the whole signal chain is really good and really clean. And those are the guys that have figured it out and that do it really well. But and the software, the new denoising coming into softwares and things like that is great. It's a great tool to use. As an editor, it scares me a little bit because, again, there's like one of those things that most audio editors know how to do because we've been doing it for a while and we know how to process it, and we pull it into 2 different programs and take an hour to clean things up. Now it's a click of a button and it's done. So, but again, if you got it, use it. Use those processes.
Question, I think, for both of you. I think we all get sucked into that, and you're talking about having better gear. Do you really have to have that $400 mic to get good audio?
Well,
or can you take spend $100 and get something that's 80% of the way?
So here's my caveat to that. If you get the $100 version, which is fine, then you better know your software and how to clean it up on that end. It will sound good. And again, we are streaming at this point, right? So in the stream sense of it, we can. We lost Michael there for a second, but I'll answer the question anyway. And Luke, you can chime in if you like. But yeah, if you have that $400 microphone, your job is easier. You don't have to process it as much. You don't have to clean it up as much. But I guess at the end result, if we're still talking about just streaming audio over, to video on the internet kind of thing, I mean, you're in the kilobits of audio file size. So, you get what you get. But Luke, what do you think about that? How important is the gear that you have in front of you to make your stream quality? Can you what part? Let me phrase the question this way then for you. What gear can you get cheap that won't have a huge impact, and what gear can you not go cheap on because it has that much of an impact on your stream?
I would say I like all the gear as good as I can get because I like gear. But yeah, as far as cheap goes, I think it just depends on the stream and who's participating. I feel like in Zoom world, we've all become accustomed to like horrible looking video and audio, that there's a lot of forgiveness there, and considering the majority of my job is post, I figure there's a lot of cleanup and stuff we get to do after the fact that makes it better, on the end. True. But as far as gear goes, I think you can get by with. I mean, Blackmagic has brought the price point down so much on at least cameras that you can get a really decent look out of a little 4K camera, like a professional look, and you can throw up. I light a lot of sets, but you can get by with a Home Depot work light and make it look amazing. If you know where to put it. Audio wise, there's so much post processing. I think you can make it believable for a lot of people.
And what I was going to mention is I think one of the best tools that any of us have is the one that we have in our pocket. So, I mean, right now, let me pull it, this phone right here is such an amazing tool and a podcast, production tool. There's many times that I'll use that just for the client reference, for location scouts, even live streaming. I'll use NDI. We didn't talk about NDI today, but that's just being able to do screen shares. Because the biggest thing is to do practice, to take in, create content. Because at the end of the day, it's if we have the best gear and don't know how to use it, don't know how to fix problems, then it's going to be a horrible live stream. But if I can take and get really good at producing content on my phone with the tools that I have, then I'm going to be years ahead of other people that are, focused on, I can only do my job with this type of, equipment or this service. And we've learned that, we're looking at influencers now that are doing large productions for clients, brand agencies on their phone. Yeah. So it's amazing what can be done with these things now. But so we got about 5 more minutes. So before we log off here and get to our next amazing creator that's on the platform, is there anything that you want to add for the audience, either one of you? And if not, that's okay.
Go, Luke. You had something.
Yeah, I want to go first because, Brian, you're better at capping. Sending us out with a bang. Now, I would say, to play off what you're saying, Michael, because of the world we live in, there's a lot of amazing content that's made on not so amazing equipment. And I think that goes to the line. What we find all important in most of our jobs is that connection to the story, the aspect, the speaker. Like, if we're doing our jobs with little things like, hey, if my eyes are looking right at the camera, even though my feet is lower, I've got a stronger connection than if my camera looks amazing, but I'm looking over here, so it's like just those little things that just help us out to connect to the audience more in this disconnected way of communicating are the most important things that I think are going to come up. And I think Opus and all the streaming platforms are months away from integrating these AI features like eye contact, all the denoising, that kind of thing. So
Yes, and I'm laughing because backstage right now we're getting notifications from Andrew like, please don't hit the red button. And now I want to hit the red button. I just want to touch it. Just let me.
You just told production guys don't do this, and we're like,
Yeah, that's. We even don't have the same hat on. I mean, it's going to
exactly.
happen. Yeah.
How do you point out to production
Do
guys?
not hit the red button.
But yeah. So Chiggy, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, the only thing I was going to add to that, Michael, was to say that I think the content is king, but quality is becoming more and more important. I think, um, since the pandemic, we all got very, like Luke said, we all got very used to poor audio and video quality via Zoom and meetings and everything else that we did. I know I sat in front of them for a long time too. But I personally believe that, with the progression of video and audio, the software, the algorithms, things like that, and then streaming platforms like Opus and other ones like that, quality is what's going to set you apart from anything else. So always understand your audience, and then always try to strive for that best quality that you possibly can.
And I want to add a bow to that, and I think you hit the nail on the head, Chiggy. Audience.
Yeah.
Audience is the most important piece. So, everything that we do for the audience, not for the client, not for our own platforms, not for our likes and shares. We got to take care of the audience. So wherever they're at, whatever they're looking for, that's what we need to be doing. And so with that, I want to thank both Luke and Chiggy for being here, but I want to thank you for taking and tuning in. You could have been eating tuna fish sandwich or having fun doing something else, and you're watching us today. So with that, thank you, everyone. I appreciate your time, and please check in with the next creators that are coming up board. So Andrew, with that, it's over to you.
Thanks, Michael. All right. Oop, I got an echo here. Let's see. All right. Jamie, we're going to bring my colleague on, Jamie, but we got everybody on here. You guys can close out. So I'm going to hide you guys. There we go. And Jamie, how are you? Can you hear me?
Hi, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can't hear you.
Okay, let's see.
Let's see. And we're even in charge of this thing. But you can hear me, Jamie? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Okay, I can't hear you though. So, but hey, while she's looking at her audio, thank you, Michael. Thanks, guys, for being on. What an amazing episode that was, because obviously we're a bunch of creators and influencers, and so technology and automation and software platforms are really, really important. And so getting that feedback from, the professionals is amazing, because you can spend a lot of money on that. And so let me see if I can bring Jamie back up. Nope, not yet. So you can spend a lot of money on microphones and all this extra stuff for your studio. And really, you don't need all of that. I'm in one room here. I've got a camera. It did cost a little bit, but that was just by happen chance. I really didn't have to spend that much on the camera. I've got a $50 monitor that I have in front of me. I have my laptop, and basically that's it. And we're doing a live stream, and we're using Opus, one of the many products that you can use. But I will tell you, it's the latest and greatest. It has a lot of AI in it. I don't know if you've noticed the little memes that pop up. It's got emoji rain. In fact, we should play you a video here later on to show you all the features of it. But we appreciate you guys joining us. We're on to, I just counted how many speakers we've had so far, but we've started at 8 o'clock this morning, and we are going all the way through the night. So I'm not sure what I'm going to look like here in about 4 or 5 hours, but thanks for all the comments. Thanks for tuning in on LinkedIn. I see you guys on LinkedIn. I see you on YouTube and other platforms. So thank you for doing that. All right, our next speaker. Let me see. Jamie, are you able to come on? I might have to bring Jamie on later on, but Jamie is my colleague. She's in Dallas, and so we work virtually together. There she is. All right.
Hi.
All right. Can we hear you now?
Can you hear
Oh, I
me?
wonder what's wrong with the audio.
Let's see. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Perfect. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yes.
All right. I think it was on me, so my bad. But Jamie, welcome to the parade deck.
Hello. How are you?
She's like, I'm nervous, and I'm like, I'm always nervous. And today,
You can't
Jamie, I mean,
tell.
guys, I know it. You've been behind the scenes, and that's why I wanted to, bring you out and thank you for all the help you've given to me over the last weeks as we've prepped for this. What did you think about putting all this together?
This was really fun. It was a learning experience for sure. And I definitely feel very like inspired, especially seeing all of the work from the creators and all of your work. So this was really fun. I'm really grateful to be here today.
Yeah, and it wasn't easy. I mean, it was like we were learning together. We were learning a new software. We were, using Google Sheets. We were using Monday.com. We were using like a lot of platforms. Where YouTube links, live streaming links. And trying to coordinate this whole run of show. And so, yeah, Jamie, I can't even imagine what you were thinking when I wasn't around. Like, what is this guy got me into?
What's going
So,
on? No, it was
what's
very
going on?
fun. It wasn't too bad, too hard. I was able to catch on pretty fast. So, like I said, it was definitely a learning experience. So, I'm really glad that I was able to help and do my part.
Yeah, and I encourage creators and influencers to reach out, to younger folks like Jamie that are getting their feet wet, that have experience with social media, and expose them. She's on our team, so she's getting paid, but there's a lot of interns out there and a lot of people that just will volunteer to help out. So I encourage you to do that. We actually have a couple projects going on, so. So we're working on an indigenous program, fashion. I usually don't say it's called the Bisagra Collection. And can you tell a little bit about that? Because Jamie is 50% Navajo.
Yes. So the Basagra collection is inspired by indigenous fashion, Dene specifically. So that was a lot of fun as well. I was able to work with Andrew on the website. I do have experience with working on websites as well. I also manage a social justice website regarding indigenous issues as well as environmental justice on the Navajo Nation. So being able to collaborate the two was really fun because it's something that I'm really something I'm very passionate about is social justice as well as fashion. So it was really great. Andrew's been great.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how I am on fashion, but it's definitely been fun. And we've really done a lot of work for that. So yeah, the BisagraCollection.com if you guys want to go check that out. Other reason I brought up your being a Navajo is not this next speaker, but the one after that, American Warriors. And then Regan Hawthorne is on, and he is Navajo, and his father was a code talker. So he's coming on at, what time is he coming on? 7:00 Eastern time. So that I'm really anxious for that because he's got some guest speakers. He's got some visuals he's going to show. So make sure you guys tune in about, for all of it. Don't miss anything. But all right, Jamie. So let's bring on our next guest. So Jordana is she's the founder of the Recon Network. And they help veterans, and I won't try to explain too much of it, but they help veterans transition a lot of career. They do a lot of work. They put on events and conferences and workshops. And so she's going to be able to explain it a lot better than I can. But I'm really blessed to have met her. And just like all of our influencers right now on the parade deck, she was really like in it, which really helps, someone that is willing to try out a new platform, willing to get on a live stream, for an hour. And so I'm really thankful that she decided to do this. And so let's move into that next scene and welcome her. How about that, Jamie? Good?
Sounds good.
All right. Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody. My name is Jordana McGonigal. Sorry, I was a little caught off guard. The video actually goes a lot longer than that, so I was waiting for it to finish and excited and listening to that jam that we've got. But anyway, welcome to the 9th hour of Parade Deck's March Madness. I did the math this morning so that I wouldn't have to think about it today. But you unfortunately are stuck with me for the next hour, and I find it really, really funny that Andrew slotted me right after the podcast pros who are like telling you all the things that you should do. And I'm going to come along and pretty much just do whatever I can and whatever I want to and blow this thing up. So guys, I apologize for being the absolute worst example of best practices for you guys. But if you are not familiar with me or with the Recon Network, I want to tell you a little bit of what we do. And the video kind of pressed on it, but we're not here to help veterans. We work with veterans, military spouses, the entire post-military community. We aren't here to help you find a job. We are here to help you find yourself. And that comes in a number of different forms, and we do that in a number of different ways. But what we believe is that a transition that is focused on the individual at the heart of it and addressed from an individual level can be far, far, far more powerful than anything else that we currently have. And so that's what we do, is we work with individuals in different capacities, helping them transition, helping them find direction, helping them get unlost or unstuck. And so that's kind of what we do. We do have a podcast, which is kind of how all of this came together. It's called In Brief, and it comes out every Monday. But here's the thing. All of these other creators who have been great, I hope you've tuned into them over the course of today, because it's really been a really cool day to just experience all these different creators. But they're used to doing things like this and streaming and filling an hour of talking and that kind of thing. And our podcast, In Brief, is called In Brief because it is 5 minutes long. And so I have 12 times the amount of time to fill that I usually do. So I'll apologize right now. Welcome to the show. Every day is a circus. And, tickets are free. So thanks so much for joining me here. What I did, I wanted to be true to the roots of our podcast, In Brief. Which is where we take like a single subject and really dive into it for a few minutes, and hopefully bring about a different perspective. Again, we do focus all of our work toward the post-military community, but it's something that I think anyone could really listen to and get something out of each week. And so that 5 minutes, we take a single topic. So what I did is I went to my networks and I said, hey guys, I'm going to be on this live stream. One, I hope you join us. But outside of that, I want to know what your burning questions are, right? When it comes to veteran transition, when it comes to finding purpose, when it comes to all of the things that the Recon dabbles in, what are your burning questions? What are the things that you want to know that no one else has said, right? And so I got a few of them, and some of them are directly geared toward me, and I'll explain this as we go along. But I've got like 6 or 7 questions that I just want to break down, and maybe you are in that same space, and one of these questions helps you out because it's something that people aren't really talking about. So I'm just going to go through each question, and you're going to have to bear with me because I am figuring out all of this Parade Duck stuff. That it is such a cool platform, but I have to figure out how to do this. So let's play with this a little bit. All right, so our first question that we got in, that I picked, it wasn't the first one that came in, but it's the first one I picked, is one that came out and it said, why do you care so much about helping veterans? Is it a personal connection, or are you just compelled to help? And that really struck me. It's one of the reasons I put this one up here, because I feel like it gives you really an insight into who I am and who the entire team at Recon is, because we really subscribe to a lot of the same beliefs. When Recon started, my background is in media. And so I was a magazine publisher for 15 years. been in journalism, PR, and marketing for 20 something years. I'm not going to date myself any further than that. I'm really only 22 years old. But we fell into hosting an event for veterans at that time in our area, which is upstate South Carolina. And we're really just in a position where we could connect our local veterans with a lot of the services, the educators, the companies, the resources that they needed. And so we did that. And around that same time, my grandfather, who was an Iwo Jima Marine, the last 6 months of his life, he spent basically reverted back to a foxhole in Japan. And seeing those two things happen at the same time or around the same time, it really showed me the differences, the dichotomy of veterans, the veteran experience, right? And especially of transition. You're getting out, you need all these resources. There's an oversimplification of the transition process by pretty much everyone involved, in that it is portrayed like finding a job, right? You're leaving this job, you're finding a new job. The reality instead is that it's not like finding a job at all. It is like a complete and total breakdown of an entire lifestyle that you knew in service, and a rebuilding of a lifestyle outside of service. And we go into this in a number of things, so I won't bore you with all of that stuff here, but understand, like, when we're talking about transition, we're not just talking about finding a job. We are talking about sometimes moving, sometimes being around family that you haven't really been around for a very long time. It means not just finding a job, but finding out who you are. Who are you outside of the military? When someone is not handing you a schedule, when someone's not handing you your MOS or your job, when someone is not handing you the mission and handing you a purpose, who are you, right? And so there's this oversimplification of things that are happening. And then through my grandfather, I really got to see how experiences lived on, even in those people that we think have it all together, right? And it was kind of a wake-up call for me. So recon didn't really start as a long-term thing for me, but it quickly became that. And within the first year of doing it, again, it was underneath a magazine I was running at a time. And within that first year, I went to my boss, the owner of the company, and said, I have to buy this portion away. It has to be bigger than this. It has to be more. And inadvertently found my purpose in doing that. And so I talk a lot about finding purpose, and I talk a lot about doing the work to really explore yourself and understand who you are. And that's because I've done it, and I know how hard it is, and I know what it feels like to feel like you're aimless and trying to figure it out. And I know what it feels like to get it, right? So that is, and I'm trying not to tear up right now. My gosh, you guys, put me on live and everything just falls apart. But that is where my passion comes from. So when I come to the table with any of the veterans or military spouses that we serve, it is personal. It's very, very personal, not just for me, but for the people that we work with. And through Recon, we get to do that a number of different ways. We do one-to-one coaching. We have a cohort that starts next week that I'm totally not ready for, but we're going to do it anyway, guys. We're going through, we're going to power through it all together, their first class. And we've got events coming up this fall, as Andrew mentioned. And so it is all very, very, very personal to me and to every single person on the team that you may meet. So yes, I'm compelled to help. Yes, it's a personal connection. No, I'm not a veteran. I didn't come to this from, the collar is not inside the house for this one. So it really was something that kind of fell into my life and has completely changed it. So that is our first question. And I hope that gives, if you're out there, if you're the one that posted that question, I hope that gives you your answer. And if not, find me on LinkedIn and ask me again or tell me what you're missing. That kind of thing. So, all right. So I'll go to question number 2. And the question in its entirety was, there are tons of companies and nonprofits out there that claim to be veteran friendly or veteran focused and do next to nothing for veterans. What makes you different? That question, that really hit hard. And that's why I chose this one to discuss today. There are a lot of companies and nonprofits out there. So by last estimation I heard was over 40,000 VSOs, veteran service organizations across the US. That's an insane amount of organizations focused on the veteran community. With that number, we should be able to address every single issue for every single person, but we're not. So yes, I would have to agree with you that there are some that I don't know if I would call it next to nothing, but I think evaluating efficacy of every single program is vitally important. We do that constantly with the Recon Network and everything that we're doing. And I know that a number of other organizations are doing that as well. They want to make sure that the work they are doing is effective and that it matters. I do want to address it from a different perspective, though. There's a ton of companies that claim to be veteran friendly and do next to nothing. So when it comes to companies, I think there's a challenge that needs to be addressed. And that is that there is not a widespread understanding of what veterans actually need. Okay. So when you have a company that says they are veteran friendly and you feel, or someone else feels, that they aren't doing what they need to be doing in terms of veteran support. First of all, there's a million different pieces and parts that come into that from a corporate standpoint that we just don't know. And so it's hard to make that call. However, I will say that only recently has the conversations about companies hiring veterans even really grabbed hold. I mean, you have groups like SHRM who have built out entire programs within the last 4 to 5 years about how to hire veterans and how to do anything. So there's a general understanding that is now gaining popularity. That is, it is important to hire veterans, and that there are things that they bring to the table that your standard hire does not. Okay, that is pretty much the extension of what a lot of companies and a lot of corporate America knows. Okay, now I'm not including groups like Bank of America or Amazon or all of these other groups that have really put time and effort into understanding and hiring and that kind of thing. I'm talking about your run-of-the-mill company. If you have 1,000 of them out there, one of them is going to have put a ton of work in and effort into really understanding the situation and being able to address it from all angles. In a more general sense, corporate America is still more focused on the bottom line. So yes, it is. If all things being equal, there was a veteran at the table, they would like to hire them. However, there's not a general understanding of the actual experiences that people are going through. And it is also, there's not typically an investment of time into understanding how to translate skills, how to understand different awards and accolades within the military, how to even understanding pay scales. And so while there is this generalized effort to have companies hire veterans, there's still a lot of work to be done to have the HR person, Brenda, who has been at that company for 16 years, understand what it means to have a veteran in front of her without those skills being translated by the veteran, right? And I was talking with someone just this morning, about how unfair that is, that it puts the onus on the transitioning person with all the other stuff that's going on with the moves and the changes and the family and the career shift and having to understand benefits and all that kind of stuff. And it's one more thing, right? It's just one more thing. but we're just not at that space yet. So I'm hesitant to say that companies out there claiming to be veteran friendly and do next to nothing. I don't know that they know what to do, right? So there's another conversation, there's another level that we have to start having on the corporate side, on the veteran side, to really keep bridging that gap, right? We only started bridging this divide a few years ago, and we're like, a quarter of the way built. There's still a lot of way to go before we can meet in the middle and have a really seamless communication and program and process going back and forth between HR and hiring veterans. So I am hesitant to really call anyone out for that, because, to be honest, I don't know what they know and what they don't. If they're slapping a sticker on the door that says veteran friendly and then doing absolutely nothing, including not even hiring veterans when they have an opportunity, that's a different story, but I don't know that situation. So all of that aside, what makes Recon different? So out of the 40,000 plus VSOs in the United States, the majority of them will focus on the job search, right? Whether that's helping you find the job, helping you get your resume tailored, helping you get on LinkedIn, all of those kinds of things, or actually putting you at the table with interviews. Outside of that, you have housing, you have benefits, you have healthcare, and that is really a lot of the expanse. So I would say probably 90% of all of the VSOs are focusing on those things, right? And the outliers are different. You have groups like Warrior Transition Outdoors, who does outdoor expeditions for veterans. You have groups that do equine therapy and all that kind of stuff. We are different in that we want to focus on the individual to help you find out where you need to be, not check a box that says you got hired somewhere. Although, yes, we want you to get hired somewhere, but where, right? Do you know that? Do you know where you want to be hired? Do you know what job you want to go after? Do you know how to manage your time without someone telling you to? Do you know how to balance different relationships in your life with work and new experiences and all that kind of stuff? There's just a lot of stuff that really makes us human that is not generally addressed in most other VSOs. And so I would say what makes us truly different than those is our approach and our focus on the human element of veteran transition. And I keep saying veteran transition, but keep in mind, military spouses, like, we're here for you too. There are an entirely different set of transition circumstances. Some of them are the same, right? You're still having to move with everybody. You're still having to wrangle all the pieces and parts. But there's also other challenges with military spouses that often go untalked about, right? So not everything is about the job. That's what we believe. That's very important. There are a lot of great resources out there that are helping you get to that point. But in general, we just believe that there's just a whole lot more that's not being addressed. And if we don't address them, then what we are left with is an entire post-military population who is virtually unmoored and going with the flow rather than navigating their own lives to where they need to be or where they want to be, right? And that's an entirely different set of circumstances. So that's what we really want for everyone we work with, is to be able to look forward and say, this is where I'm going. This is how I'm going to get there. I know that these are the things that fill me with purpose, that help me feel happy or really fill my bucket. And I know that these are the outlets that I can establish my purpose and my meaning. I can find a meaning in. And no matter what happens along that path, I know where I'm going, right? And that's an entirely different level of self-awareness, that if we could have a post-military population with that level of self-awareness, can you imagine what they could do, what we could be capable of, right? So that's why we do what we do. And I hope that generally makes sense. So I'll go to, and I'm trying to keep an eye on comments as well as banners. Oh, you guys are so sweet. I'm loving the love coming in. I really appreciate you guys. And if I miss a question or something, I'll try and keep bouncing back and forth. So question number 3, why does change scare people? And this is a really, really fascinating topic that I love to talk about. When you're facing transition, it is a very scary time. Like we talked about, there's a lot of things that are going to change. There's a lot of things going on. You're losing a lot of pieces and parts of a life that you've really known. What generally happens, though, the reason for the fear is, I think, in many cases, goes back to identity disruption. Okay. It's the fact that in the military, you know who you are, you know your place among the ranks, you know who you're in charge of and who's in charge of you. You know where to be, when to be there, and what you'll be doing when you get there. You have a general mission. Typically, you have some sort of purpose in that mission. And so, and among things like belonging and the brotherhood and esteem with your rank and all that kind of stuff, all of these things, if you're familiar with psychology at all, there's something called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And it's basically the things that make us uncompromisably human, right? It's the things that humans need, right? We need shelter, we need food, we need basic needs met, we need security and safety, we need belonging, we need esteem. And eventually we get to the top of self-actualization and realizing who we are and what the heck we're doing on this earth. Like, why are we even here? And it gets very existential up in the recon offices. But outside of that, Maslow's hierarchy of needs really establishes the things that humans need. And when you are leaving the military, right? In the military, most of those things are provided for you. Your basic needs are met in terms of food and housing or a paycheck that covers them. You have safety and security. You know, you're not going to go in one day and generally just be laid off, right? You have belonging and the idea of the brotherhood or of your crew. You have esteem in terms of rank and accolades and things you've done. And then eventually getting up to self-actualization. You know who you are. You have some sort of purpose within the military. And when you leave that, guess who will be providing that for you on the outside? No one. No one will be providing any of that to you. You have to go figure that out. You have to go find the paycheck or the job. You have to find the house. You have to pay for the food and bring it and all that kind of stuff. You have to go find new relationships and new friendships. You have to go figure out what esteem, how you will feel positive about the things that you're doing. You are going to have to figure out how to find meaning in your life, and you are going to have to figure out how to find purpose in that life. And that is a lot. And so what you see is an identity in the military that when that person leaves the military has completely oftentimes collapsed, right? And there's a lot more things that go into identity, like who am I? How was I raised? What do I believe? All of those things. But in general, there is an identity crisis that happens in the transition process. And that is scary, right? To not know who you are without that influence in your life. And so I think that fear is genuine, and I think it's valid, but I also think it's completely able to be overcome in that you're not losing yourself when you leave the military. You are putting yourself in a position to find out who you are outside of the military. And if you can look at it like that, it's just a completely different perspective that puts it in such different terms, right? It's an opportunity. It's a chance to really explore who you are and find out what that next phase of life looks like. So I think that is one of those things that if you can get away from the identity shift and the pain caused from that, I really think that it will, hopefully be helpful to you. I'm trying to figure out how to hide questions and stuff over here, guys. I'm sorry. I know it looks like I'm distracted. I am. So the next question: why is no one talking about Mississippi? Okay, so if you aren't familiar with this, there is a massive upheaval in our world. And it is the fact that the Mississippi River is no longer the longest river in the United States, if it even ever was, my children tell me, because there's no proof that it ever was. But it was, because that's how I learned it in school. And just like Pluto being a planet, this is an important topic that we don't talk near enough about. And I'm saying this kind of snidely. I pulled this up in my LinkedIn network, is like, which one was the bigger hit to you? Was it Pluto or the Mississippi River? And I get that it's funny to an extent because things change. It's like, no, Pluto absolutely is a planet. And I will fight. I mean, my 17-year-old and we will fight, knock down, drag out about Pluto, because he learned it never was a planet, and I learned it absolutely was. It's the 9th planet, and that's the end of the discussion. So, but it's funny, like, I make a joke of it, but it's interesting when you look at it, how invested people get into this question. And so if you're watching, guys, tell me which one, because I have like money on this now, right? Which one is the bigger hit to you? Was it Pluto losing planet status, or was it the Mississippi River losing to the Missouri River? I would love to know. I really need your comments in there. But the reality is this: we get invested in stuff like this, otherwise stupid. Like, who cares? Have I even seen the Mississippi River? I think maybe once. I'm not sure. It's water. But the reality is, it's something that you know to be true. Okay, right? So you learned in elementary school that Pluto is a planet. And by the way, Pluto is my answer. It's way, way, way more impactful than the river thing. But you learned that Pluto was a planet, and somewhere over time, that was true. That was, if you were asked that question on a test or on Jeopardy, you would be right to say, yes, it was a planet. And then one day, boom, nope, they're not a planet anymore. And so what happens, people get invested in this, and it's a silly argument, but what happens when something you know to be true is no longer true? How do you react? Right? So I tend to get angry and fight people, apparently. But generally, I think a much bigger way to look at this is, how do you feel when someone tells you something that you know to be true isn't true? I think we're facing this a lot these days. We live in the world of information and disinformation. For every piece of information out there, there's a piece of disinformation, and it's on us to figure out what is what. And so we really need to be very adept at determining how we approach truth and how we seek out truth and how we adapt to new information that changes our reality. Okay, so yes, there's a little moral in the story, other than Mississippi or Pluto. Pluto's the bigger problem, but it's just something to think about. How do we approach the change of information? So it's something, on our podcast every week, I try to give a little challenge. So if your challenge this week is, just to examine that. What is something that is true that is true, or it was true and now it's not, or it changed, or new information came along and you just can't accept it? If you can't accept it, it's important to really dig in why and figure that out, because that'll tell you a whole lot about yourself. All right, like, let me see. Sorry, I got, again, guys, the questions and the things, and there's so much going on, and I have ADHD, and it's complicated. It's a circus back here. But anyway, all right, let me go on to the next question, unless there is anything. Okay, I don't see anything in there. The next question: why do some veterans transition better or easier than others? And this one, gosh, this one just, it's so true. So, in the transition process, you have your approach, right? Each person has the approach that they're going to take, and their approach is based off of different information, right? They have mindset. So how are you approaching this as an opportunity, or are you approaching this as the worst thing that ever happened to you, right? And your mindset absolutely plays a lot into how your transition actually goes. You have personality, right? Some people love change and other people absolutely abhor it. I happen to like change a lot. I love things changing. I love things growing and being able to like follow and chase and create new systems and all that kind of stuff. I really thrive on that. But like my sister, absolutely not. My husband, absolutely not. Like it just doesn't work like that. So I think there's a lot of things that contribute to how hard or easy a transition is. And some of them are controllable, like our mindset or our understanding of the situation, how much we know about what's actually about to happen versus what we just believe might happen, right? And some things are not controllable. So, for example, if you're hitting walls in the job search, you can't control when someone else is ready to hire at all, or you in general, right? So there's control and there's not control. So each transition is very different because of the approach. But I think the bigger thing that we need to understand about transition, whether it's hard or easy, that the bigger thing that we need to look at is that it's wiser to not compare any one person's transition path with any others. Okay. It's easy to do that. Oh, well, they were the same rank and they're in the same city. And so they got out and they did this, they got this job, blah, blah. So mine should be just like that. No. And there's two sayings that I live with them bouncing around in my head. One is comparison is the thief of joy, right? It's really hard to be joyful and really content with what you have and what your opportunities are when you're comparing yourself to someone else. Oh, well, they have that. Okay, because it's always a lacking. You set yourself up to always be lacking. Okay, so comparison is the thief of joy. And the other one, and I wish I knew who to attribute this to, I just don't. So maybe y'all can look it up. But what messes us up most is our idea of how it should be, right? If we have an idea, an expectation of how something should be, and it doesn't happen that way, that's when we get messed up. That's when our fear triggers hit. That's when imposter syndrome sets in. That's when we get terrified of what's happening and we start acting in fear and reaction instead of being proactive and positive, right? So those two things, for those reasons, we never, ever, ever want to compare anyone else's journey or transition with yours or someone you know. No one gets compared to the other, okay? Their journey is not your journey, okay? And let me further go into this. So if you've heard me talk at all, or even if you haven't, when we talk about purpose, a lot of people think of purpose, finding purpose, as sort of a destination area, right? When I hit this, I will have found my purpose, or when I get there, I will have fulfilled my purpose, all that kind of thing. And it's really not. And I'm totally stealing this concept from Aaron Hurst, who wrote the book, The Purpose Economy. He said it more brilliant than I could have ever said it. And so I'll just give him the credit here. Purpose is not a destination. Purpose is a direction. Okay. So when you have identified your purpose or what gives you meaning in life, it is a direction. You know you're headed this way. And sometimes you will live out that meaning and that purpose in your job. And then the job might go away. And does that mean that your purpose disappeared too? No, it means that you have a purpose as an individual and you have to find a different way to feed into that, right? And so I'll give you an example. My purpose, and I talked about this a little earlier, my calling is absolutely right now to run Recon and to grow it and to help as many people as we can. My purpose is to help other people find where they belong. So the ways that comes together is absolutely through the Recon Network. But I'm also on the Foster Care Review Board for South Carolina. That's important to me because I want to help give these kids a shot where they may not have one, right? And so helping other people who may or may not have the ways to help themselves in a certain area is absolutely my purpose, and it's fulfilled in multiple different ways. And if any one of those ways disappears tomorrow, it's okay because I will find another way to fulfill my purpose because I have a direction, right? Purpose is a direction, not a destination. I know where I'm going. So if you look at it as, a walk along a path, think of a map type situation. You're going this way. You're going to have things happen. You're going to have wolves along the path. You're going to have briars and bushes and thorns and downed trees and a washed out path and you're going to have all these things. That doesn't change your direction, right? You stay on course because that's where you're headed. That's your purpose driving you, okay? The other thing to consider is our origination points, right? So this is your experience. How does your experience get you to this point where you're starting from? How you were raised, the things that you believe, your experience in the military, things change over time. And so your full, complete experience has gotten you to a point, which is currently your origination point. Okay. So you can have two people, to go back to the original question, right? Comparing transition. You have two people going the same direction, living in the same purpose, and they're not going to do it the same way, right? Because they have different origination points. Be the equivalent of we're both going southeast, but I'm starting in Charleston, South Carolina, and you're starting in Seattle, okay? Or you are at the same origination point and you have different directions. You have different purposes, right? This one's purpose is to go help others. This one's purpose is to find justice for people, right? And so while you both are starting from the same, you're both separating from service at the same time, you have different directions. So even on the same path, going in the same direction or from the same origination point, there's so many factors involved in each individual person's experiences, their path, their purpose, their calling, what they value, what their current roles are, what are the obligations they have to fulfill for other people around them or within their own life. There's so many different situations that you don't know that the worst thing you could do would be to compare yourself or your transition to theirs. It's not the same. Even when it looks the same, it's not the same. So if there's one thing that I can stress to you, it is to keep your transition yours and to understand that, bumps and bruises along the way are totally fine. But as long as you can figure out where you're going, that is the biggest thing. All right, now I've got one more question, and I don't see any others coming in. So I hope you guys are still out there. Did you fall asleep? Do I need to whisper? Anyway, all right, last question. And this one comes in from a friend of mine. will military transition get harder or easier for the next generation? Right? It's easy for us to look at the transition process now and call out, well, we have companies that say they're military friendly and they're not. We have this, where we have all these resources and da da da. But what does it look like for the next generation? What does it look like in 10 years? And will we have made the transition process better or easier for them? Okay, so keeping in mind, it's not about you. It's not about us. It's about, the pay it forward mentality. So to answer that question, will it get harder or easier for the next generation? I think both in different ways. There are generational differences. If we're looking at Gen Z going into the military and then coming out, transitioning out in 10, 15 years or so, they bring a different perspective than prior generations, right? They are extraordinarily service focused, whether or not you believe it or not, it's been proven. They are absolutely repelled by inauthenticity. They want things to be real and true and authentic. You see this in how many of the younger generations have become activists and things stand up for what they believe in, and they're not scared to say what they think and feel, and it's very interesting to see that. They are also, the further down we go in the generational list, they are far more inclined to pay attention to their own mental health and to be more self-aware. And so for that reason, things like what we do, I'm very encouraged by, because my hope is that we can have generations in the future who understand the power of doing the hard work on yourself and understanding who you are as an individual and being able to leverage that in every situation, right? If you know what your calling is and you know what your purpose is, it's really, really hard for anyone to tear you down. You're going to have bad days, you're going to have good days and bad days and everything else, just like everyone else. But there's not a complete derailment of identity. There's not the complete undoing of who I am and what I'm supposed to be doing, right? And so my hope is that in future generations, we will see that live on and that they will remain self-aware and that they will be able to navigate a lot of the shifts that naturally happen with transition very, very well. The reality is that whether or not the next generation has it easier or harder in their transition, all of that is dependent on what we do now, okay? What processes are we putting in place? What legislation are we putting in place? What rules are we putting in place? What organizations are we building and funding and growing? And are they the ones that will be helping that future generation? So I think as we look forward, and I know it's hard to look forward if you're in this space currently because you're worried about your space. Totally understand that. But when you get to a point where you can look forward at any time, think about that. What does it look like for the next generation? And is it somewhere that you want them to be? Is it something that you wish you had had? Or is it or are we going to be in a place where we've really gone backwards? And I think that that's something that we really need to start looking at now, because it takes time to build processes. It takes time to build networks and organizations and the things that will be helping them later. And so we really need to be investing in that kind of stuff now at every level, at nonprofit level, at individual enablement level, at the government level, at all levels. We need to be really looking at what transition means in the future, what it looks like, and how do we build something that's worth having in 5, 10, 15, and 20 years. So that, my friends, I have talked for 50 minutes now. I'm very proud of myself. But there was never any doubt that I could do it. It was only a doubt of whether or not it would make sense. So I hope that this has made sense, at least to some degree. I hope that maybe one of the things that we've discussed has maybe struck a nerve or a chord with you. And if it has, find me on LinkedIn. I love talking about this kind of stuff. And I love connecting with others. So I would love to do that, with any of you who actually made it and didn't fall asleep. And so where I am at, it is almost 5 o'clock, which means it's almost time for my children to start blowing my phone up. So with that, I'm going to say, Andrew, are you here? And would you like to save me from myself? He may not be here. Y'all may get stuck with me even longer. Yep. It says there's no audio from your mic. You may be stuck with me forever, people. I can hear you now.
Can you? All right. So, all right. Can you see me? All right.
I can see
Hey,
you.
great job. I had to transition from one studio to another studio, and it was just pure panic trying to get all the equipment. So
we're all just doing the best
good
that we
job.
can today. That's what all of us are doing, man. It's fine. There's no life and death situation happening on this live stream. It's okay.
That's true. So thank you so much you did an amazing job. We had questions. As you know, this is going out, so we're going to get more views, more questions that are coming in. And so that's just more important for everybody who has watched or will watch on the recording. Either go to thereconnetwork.org, find her on LinkedIn, or just go to the Parade Deck and you will find all of her information. So that's the cool thing about the Parade Deck. Everything is there. So, but yeah, excellent job. Sorry to cut your video off. I actually thought it was done. So that was my fault.
Okay. It's like I said, we're all just doing the best we can, and that's totally fine.
All right. Well, hey, good to see you. Have a good weekend. We're going to continue on for, I don't know how many hours, 10 more hours.
Yep. You got a while. So good luck with that.
I know. I worked up a sweat in that transition. So, all right. We'll see you later. Thanks so much. Remember, do not click the big red button that says stop all.
You got it. I'm out of here.
So, all right. See you later. Thanks.
Thanks.
All right. So, hey, let me put up a graphic here. So, all right. Let me change my background. So, we're family now, right? We've all been here all day, and we're getting used to all of this transition and all these technical issues. But so we're going to march on. The next episode, actually, Mario is here. So I'm on the spot. Now, Mario, I've got to go get some water. I know you're backstage. I know you can hear me. Where are you? I'm just going to bring you on. I'm going to be back. I got to go get some water. So I'm going to play a quick video, and then I'll be right back. Does that sound fair? I don't know if I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
So I can hear you. Yep. So I'm going to show a quick video. Let me find one here. So this is another episode called Out of the Uniform episode by our friends from Stars and Stripes, Mario. So they're our sponsor, as you know. So I'm going to play that. I'm going to go grab some water, and I'll be right back. Sound good? Just shake your head yes.
Military dependents are often overlooked, often seen as just another student, but not understood in the troubles that they've been. The parents having PTSD, the parents being deployed, having a single parent at home, or both parents being deployed and just living with a guardian.
Some of the most pressing educational challenges for military-connected children come from the lifestyle of being around the military. Those include things like moving frequently. Military-connected students move on average 6 to 9 times or attend 6 to 9 different schools between kindergarten and 12th grade.
I just was like, we have to move again. Why? But you want to get it because you don't want to be troublesome to your parent who's already going through all the things. But at the same time, you just want to be in one place. You just want to graduate high school in one place. My sister went to 3 high schools.
The Student-to-Student program, it's also called S2S, is a program wherein we educate educators and students on leadership principles and how to welcome other students into a new school.
Sometimes it can get very hard, when your parents are away. It can help to have that group of people that you can talk to, share your feelings, express yourself, and just a place where it's non-judgmental and everybody understands the struggles that everybody else is going through.
Military kids are often described as resilient, and they are, but I think that just from my interactions with them, sometimes they feel like that label comes too easily and without a full understanding of just how difficult it is for them.
I would say the skills that I learned from being a part of Student to Student in MSEC were just being able to communicate better. I became more organized. As a part of Student to Student, I planned a lot of mixers for new students. I would tour new students around the school. I collaborated with the community, had different projects. Coming into college here at VCU, I was able to put myself out there more once I came on campus.
Military-connected children are really unique assets to their communities because they come to a community with a breadth of experience that many other children don't have. They've often lived overseas, they've lived in different countries, they've lived in different states and different cultures where the expectations and their experiences are really different, and they bring that to whatever community they're in.
You adapt to your environment really quickly, so it becomes easy for you to make new friendships, new relationships, and that's definitely the biggest advantage that I see as being a military child.
One of the really unique things about S2S, besides being a peer-led program, is that it's not only for military-connected students. We also include civilian students in our club, and that's because we think it really provides a nice bridge so that civilian students who might not have anybody in their family who has served in the military really get a window into what it's like to serve.
There is a gap in our education system, in our institutions, where kids are getting left behind. If we can educate more civilians about the importance of understanding and being empathetic to the military culture, that gap might get a little smaller. Education over ignorance is the key. So I was a part of the Military Child Education Coalition, their program, Student to Student, when I was in high school. It helped me find a sense of purpose, but if I take it down to the foundation of it, it helped a woman of color find purpose.
leader. So if he can serve somebody every day, he's fine.
Hey, it's Sergeant Shotgun. 5-3.
Hey, Mario, can you hear me? Oh, no. You can't hear me? No. I'm going to move microphones here.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
All right. Let's see here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're live, but I cannot hear anything, so we're going to do a tech check real
I
quick.
think what?
You got to love, you have to love live and technical
Oh,
issues.
there we go. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No, you cannot hear me. Mario, can you hear me?
Check it out. We have a backup, ladies and gentlemen. We have a backup, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Back up.
Hold on. No,
Back
can you
up.
hear me? Can you hear me? You can't hear me? Hold on.
Put in the chat, please. Can you guys hear me?
Can you hear? I can hear you. I hear you. Oh, refresh.
Let's try this one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try this one more time. So you guys can hear me. The interesting thing is I cannot hear you. So let's do this. Let me do this real quick. That way we can get some amazing content. Always got to have a tech check, especially when you go live. It works, and then you go live, and it doesn't go work. Then it doesn't work.
Can you hear me?
Let's do this here. Let me
Mario,
get
can you
my
hear me?
audio here on a different platform so we can do this. You guys can hear me,
All right,
cannot
I
hear
think
you.
it's my.
It's my. It's my. It's my.
All right. Can you hear me? All right. We're good. Holy cow.
Again, I can hear you.
Can
You
you hear
guys
me?
can hear me. I cannot hear you.
You cannot hear me? All right. What about now?
No audio, no audio. I love this unarmored.
You cannot hear me. You cannot hear me. What is going on? Let me refresh. I'll refresh.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, we're going to work out some technical issues here. I believe you guys can hear me, but I cannot hear you all. And so we're going to work these out so we can get some good stuff, get some good information from Andrew Appleton. But while we're trying to work out the volume here, again, just stay tuned. Go get a beverage.
What are we doing
And
wrong,
make sure
my
it's
friend?
water.
It's all day. I've been doing this for 9 hours. Can you hear me? No. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Still trying to work
Can
out
you hear me?
some issues here.
I can hear
See if we
you.
can get some volume going.
All right. Can you hear me? All
And
these
I am
loyal
not
people
hearing
that are
anything,
being
ladies and gentlemen.
patient.
In the chat, can you guys let me know? Can you hear me, guys? Can you guys hear me? Can you all hear me? Yes or no?
Can you hear
Mario
me now?
Snow.
Yeah.
You gotta love technology. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not work. But we're definitely going to make this happen so we can get some good
Oh,
stuff.
we have to make this happen. I'm actually stumped. I'm not sure what to do. I got my tech person here on the phone. Let's see. I've been doing this all day long. We can hear you, Mario.
Yeah, I'm
Can't
looking
hear
at chat.
Andrew.
Shelly can hear me.
Can she hear me? Try to refresh. So he wants you to refresh again, Mario. Just hit your browser refresh. So
And
you're
I'm
going to
not getting any
disappear and
sound,
come back
Andrew.
on. Oh, refresh. Refresh your browser. I'm going to text you. With that big, nobody can hear us.
Hi, this is Andrew. Please leave a message. I'll call you back as soon as possible. God bless.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording.
Oh, you're putting me on the spot. All right. So, Shelly, you say you can hear me? Let's look at my comments here. All right. I can hear you both. So, all right. They can hear me. You guys can hear me. I'm putting this back in. All right. Can you guys still hear me?
Can you guys hear me?
Can you hear me? Mario? What the heck? Hear me? All right. They're saying that everybody can hear us. So, all right. Who's texting me here?
You gotta love you gotta love technical issues. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, I cannot hear you guys.
Both of you guys can't hear one another. That's the problem.
Oh, we're gonna make this work. So I'm gonna get
wonder
this stuff.
All right. I'm gonna try to. So hold on.
Gonna try something else. Try something new here.
All right. I'm gonna test here. Who can hear me? Raise your hand. Jamie, can you hear me? This is good happening with you and me. Yeah, Jamie, come on. Let's see if we can hear Jamie.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me. Yeah, I cannot hear you. That is interesting. No sound coming from the unarmored side.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah, no sound coming from this side of the house here. Maybe they didn't want to get the juicy stuff, Andrew. maybe the technical things that, oh no, Mario's going to interview Andrew and get some good stuff. I mean, we got a good hour. We got time. We'll work out these kinks.
Can you hear me now?
But no. Definitely no sound.
No go? Can you hear me?
No sound from mine.
No. Oh, what is going on? Well, she says turn off my Zoom, but I'm not even on Zoom. And your audio is fine. Andrew, his computer volume may be. How about your computer volume?
Still no sound, my friend. Still no sound. We try something else.
Mario's an expert, so when I'm asking these questions, may have to text him to turn his computer volume up.
gonna try something else. Here we go. I'm gonna try something else. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 1 second. Here we go.
Can you hear me? Mario, can you hear me? I think we've got it fixed. Jamie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Ah, sweet. All right. I think it was the Zoom. Okay. Mario, tell Mario to come back on.
Mario, can you hear us?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we fixed it. Can you hear me? Mario?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can.
You can. All right.
Yep.
I can't see you now.
You can't see me now, huh?
I can't see you. I think
we're
go
gonna
back
get it.
to your original. Go back to your original. I think it was my fault. I was on Zoom.
No, we're gonna get it.
So we're gonna get it. I have no doubt. People are texting. We have watchers. So hey, if you just joined in as we're waiting for my friend Mario.
Testing 1 2.
For this. Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you
All
see?
right. I can see you. I can hear you. Yes. Oh my gosh.
Unarmored.
Crazy.
It's unarmored. It's unarmored. It's what a perfect. I think it's perfect. Unarmored.
Look at this. We got more comments just on us getting going here. Like, look at all these comments. Yeah, pro job, guys. Laugh out loud. Yeah. Hey, I never claimed that March Madness was going to be like NCAA pro. Should we start our promo again? I'm going to play our video again. Is that okay?
Hey, see, I'm cool. So here's my thing. I like pro job guys. I like that. Get on my YouTube channel too. So I love this because again, it's about being comfortable in crisis. See, we just highlighted some soft skills that's in high demand in the private sector. Very comfortable in moments of crisis. Play that promo. Play that promo.
All right, I'm going to play the promo. Stand by.
Let's do it.
Mario, do you remember this? This was probably the first parade deck episode. Mario, do you remember that?
I do, man. I mean, it doesn't seem like over a year has passed, Andrew. It does not seem it's been over a year. That fast.
That was 2022. I can't even talk.
That was 1775.
Yeah, 1775. Yeah, the reason that this episode, we're cut into our time. It took us 14 minutes to troubleshoot that. That's horrible. So, oh my goodness. Look at all your good friends though in the chats. They're like cheering you on, Mario. I'm just reading all these chats. But the reason that this is so important is that was the first video I made for the Parade Deck. You were one of the first, if not the first, interview I did. And the Parade Deck wasn't even born. Like, it was just this concept to solve a problem. But Mario, you have inspired. I know you want this to be about me, but Sergeant Major Fields, P. Fields, he's the most motivated Marine, according to Google, came into my life randomly over a phone call. I'll let you tell the story, but we're going to take the next 40 minutes, right, Mario? You're in charge. You're interviewing me. I'm on your time. So I'm going to shut up. Go ahead.
Andrew, again, I mean, this to me, this is not even an interview. I mean, you and I talk so much. I'm just honored, that now I can actually host you on the Parade Deck, because remember, the first one you hosted me, and our first interview, February of last year, 2022, and so so this is pretty cool. This is an amazing opportunity. And before I begin, thank you everybody who's been supporting me, Andrew Appleton, all the content creators on the Parade Deck, all of those who've served in the military. Round of applause. I don't have any special buttons. You got to know that. Unarmored. Mario P. Unarmored, right? And so thank you. I mean, go ahead.
Is Nicole there?
Yeah, she's somewhere, in our 5 foot, our 5x5 house. But she is.
Right. Well, I thought I heard double clapping, but it just may have been an echo.
It's just my skills. It's
those soft skills.
Yeah,
I can double clap.
But again, as a content creator or an entrepreneur or a business owner, when you try to do something, especially in the digital space, you can only go so far without folks that will consume your content and support you, by sharing your material, by giving you some feedback, and so or creating a space where there's like-minded people, and you can develop and grow your skills. And Andrew Appleton has done that. And so I truly appreciate everyone who's supporting every content creator, supporting Andrew Appleton, and definitely supporting Unarmored Talk podcast. Before we get into Andrew Appleton, hey,
that's right.
Podcast on the Parade Deck. Come on. Just hit our 75th episode, almost 80,000 views on the YouTube channel playlist. I think we just eclipsed 750 cities, downloaded in 750 cities in like 36 countries and territories. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Parade Deck. Thank you, people who haven't thanked. Thank you. Now, do it.
I know.
Do it. Let's get into it.
I love Unarmored Talk. Let's get into it. So you were the first. I can't remember who the first. I'm sure you were the first Parade Deck creator. You're and you're part of our advisory board. You advise me daily. I mean, there's not I'd say an hour probably goes by, but a day that your words don't ring through my mind. What would Mario do? What in the Marine Corps? What would that movie? What would Ender do? Ender's Game. What would Ender do? What would Mario do? That does it goes through. I listen to everything you tell me. I mean, that's why we are where we are. All right. I had a thought and I've completely lost it.
No worries. I'm hosting you.
I know. Yeah. Go. I'm going to sit back. This is my 40 minutes of relaxation.
I am hosting you. So here we go. You guys know the deal. Here we go. Mario P. Fields, your host. So here it is. It's 2023. We're doing the first, annual March Madness, 24 hours of content creators bringing all kind of episodes and material. A lot of people don't even know who Andrew Appleton is. Some people are going, who is
Sometimes
Andrew Appleton?
I like it that way.
Yeah. Sometimes I like being 5'2.5", but where did this even start?
Yeah. I remembered what I was thinking about. My YouTube, Parade Deck's YouTube channel doubled today in subscribers. That sounds pretty amazing, but it's small numbers. But I looked at it earlier and it was double. And so we all know how hard it is to grow YouTube. And I say that not to brag we doubled our numbers, but it's what you said is that community and building exponentially and how we support each other. And so I'll give you the short story here and you can ask questions. But so Parade Deck started, I was going live on Instagram and I was just kind of getting acclimated to Instagram. So I have Marine OCS blog as our Instagram, a lot of followers. So I had this great idea, I'm going to bring all these great speakers on. We're going to teach these new candidates, teach them about OCS, TBS, all of that. Bring Mario on, Steve Weintraub, all of that. And then I thought, like, how does anybody even know that I'm live? Like, how do they know? Like, how do they know? And that actually was the launch of Parade Deck. It was that thought. How do they know? And so, I think a good thing is Instagram, that same month that we launched Parade Deck, they launched their scheduling tool so that you can actually schedule a live Instagram feed so that people can, set a notification. So I thought that was a really good sign that we were on the right path. So originally it was really just to do a TV guide for social media. That was it. Like, we're going to tell you who's on, when they're on, and we're going to build this community. And that was what Parade Deck was going to be. But the interesting part is I didn't know what I was going to call it. So it wasn't Parade Deck initially. It was like InstagramLivestreams.com, which I think it is. And I actually went to GoDaddy and got it. It was all going to be about Instagram, totally Instagram. And then I got a letter from Instagram telling me I couldn't use that name. So I couldn't use that name.
Hold on. So your initial, I just want to make sure I got it. So your initial vision was nothing like this.
I guess I would say, it was 5% like this. Yeah. 5%. It was like this. It had nothing to do with YouTube or any of that. It was basically a TV guide for social media. That was just the idea. And I was focused on Instagram, and that's all I could think about was Instagram, because I thought that was the whole world. And so, and I cannot tell you how the transition happened. But I think the first thing was Instagram told me I couldn't use that URL. So I had to find another URL. So I went to my my database of URLs that I hoard, and ParadeDeck.com was one of my URLs that I had purchased a long time ago, thinking that's going to be a cool name someday for something. And then my thought process was, being a Marine, everything important happens where? On the Parade Deck. So I graduated boot camp on the Parade Deck. I got commissioned on the Parade Deck. The Parade Deck was a sacred ground that we respected as a community of Marines. And that's how I made the connection. That Parade Deck would be where everything important takes place. And that was kind of the birth of it. And I've kind of maintained that. Sometimes I don't say it. I'm unfortunately, this, I'm still trying to find that tagline and that mission of the company. But I still stand behind that it's because I want to look at somebody and tell them that they are, here's our buddy right here. Well, Joey, I'm telling you, Joey is on the Parade Deck, and Joey is a testimony to what the Parade Deck is all about. All of our creators are, but we'll get to Joey in a second.
So
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no worries. So, which makes sense. And I'm thinking, just so you know, because now it makes sense. When you first called me, it was all Instagram. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, because he was like, Mario, you only got 50 followers on Instagram. I don't know if you were really an influencer. You only got 50. And I'm like, y'all know I'm joking, but now it makes sense why it was. What's that?
Yeah, it's 55. No,
maybe 56. But now it makes sense why when we first initially spoke, it was all Instagram. But although, and thank you for eloquently, articulating us through this journey. But was it that smooth? Was it that smooth as the way you just kind of articulated that, here you are, you want it to be this kind of, this bureau, a channel for content and media. And then here we are a year later with how many content creators? More than one.
We had 2 sign up today. So wow. I think we have 65. We had 2 sign up today. And actually what was really interesting is, I already forget who it was, so I'm going to just apologize to everyone. It was Joshua Peach this morning. Got a text message while we were on while I was interviewing him. A new follower on Parade Deck followed him, and he got a text message. You have a new follower on Parade Deck. I mean, I was like, oh my gosh, that's great. So, I mean, it was not. It's never smooth when you're building new technology. It's never smooth when you don't have the resources to hire people to help you. Hire people that are smarter than I am.
Yeah.
Have that you can't afford to hire the technology to build exactly. And sometimes that's good because it slows you down. Because if I had money and I had developers, I would have built it a lot differently. But because I was forced to bootstrap, it made me more aware because I had more time to listen to you, to Shelly, to Enrique, as to what really was important about the Prey Deck. And of course, I went overboard with all of our features and tools that we have in the creator dashboard. But when it came down to it, it was just community and networking.
Yeah.
And lately, that's been the momentum. So somehow I made the transition and I made it to YouTube. I went from Instagram to like YouTube. Seemingly has more legs. We had some.
You went from 5th grade to senior in high school.
Exactly. So, and you got to work with all these different APIs, and just to give a shout out to Opus here, we've had a little bumps in the road here today, but it's because of APIs. It's because of those connections you have with Instagram and social or LinkedIn, and they don't all work. You just can't like say we're going to connect and do all of this. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes on behind it, and so So it's much different. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, and a lot of folks don't understand when you're a content creator, this is normal. You're right. This is normal. Yeah, it's easy to see something live and there's some technical issues in there, but when you're a content creator, you're like, okay, well, all right, let's work this out. All right, here we go. And like you said, there's things that occur that you're trying to figure things out, trying to navigate through LinkedIn or Instagram or Twitter or Reddit. But these are great opportunities to fix those things. So like 5 years from now, when we're all at Andrew's house, by the way, all the content creators that's out there, 5-year anniversaries at Andrew's place on him.
Yeah. We better grow.
But so like you're saying, there's a lot of challenges. There's some things that you think are great, and then you find out after some consultation that maybe not. But I will share this with you, and who's there? Who the people who are listening and watching or listening or rewatch or whatever. The one challenge. A challenge that a lot of content creators have is having a one-stop shop, a one landing page where people can find all of their social media content. And that was the number one problem I had that Andrew solved. The other thing, Andrew and Shelly, thank you for putting that in there. Andrew, you've been doing this from your heart. It's been a passion. It's from your heart, man. Like, it's genuine. You genuinely care about creating opportunities for people like me. And you have created a huge. I mean, me and Nicole did the morning show. We did the morning.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yep. Yeah, thank you. I was thinking that, like, I want to give a shout. What I was going through my mind, just to be honest here, was American Warriors is next. They're after us, and I met American Warriors last August, actually. So August 14th, to tell you exactly, and I fell in love with their content. I mean, they have such amazing content. They produce high quality videos on veteran stories. Just amazing. It blows me away. And I just fell in love with that. And then they were struggling growing, monetizing, all those problems. We all have it. It could be, we're just starting out, or maybe we've advanced, we've plateaued. But it's people like American Warriors that motivate me. It's people, whoever. Honestly, I haven't even looked at the new creators today, but that motivates me that they saw something, they heard something from today that says I want to be part of that community. And so I brought up actually the Parade Deck really quickly, Mario. I hope you don't mind. So these are our creators.
You're the founder. You're the founder and CEO.
Yeah, so I can do what I want. So here's Mario right here. I love this. I go here daily to have to look up your guys' information. And so this is Mario's master creator page is what we call it. All his social media, his QR code, which I'm going to have him talk about that, his short bio, his upcoming events, his favorite YouTube videos. Actually, we're actually live. This actually brought up the live event. And then some social media posts. So that's kind of what you were saying. It's the hub, it's the nerve center, but it doesn't replace your social media. It just mediates, it just helps bridge someone that's looking for your content, just an easier way to get to you. And they can communicate with you, you can communicate with them. So, yep, I'll stop there. What questions do you have?
I mean, Andrew, real quick, and then I'll ask you a couple more. I mean, for instance, I would go to all kind of networking events. I mean, through Southern Cal, LA, I mean, you name it. You know, and people will say, well, how can I find you? And of course, I got to look at the audience and see what's relevant. Should I give you my Twitter handle, maybe my Instagram, maybe my TikTok? You know, right? What I wanted to do is go, hey, just go here and you can have access to all of my social media, my LinkedIn, my nonprofit, everything. And I never had, I didn't have that capability, my friend. So what I would do for years, since I've been doing this since 2018. So for years, what I would do, Andrew, is I would go, Mario, just pick one or two platforms. And so after we got done, we did our call to action. I would go, yeah, why don't you just connect with me on YouTube or just connect with me on Instagram. But because of the Parade Deck, two things I want to highlight. Number one, when I go to networking events and we get to the call to action, Andrew, they go, how can I find you? How can I find you? I go, do you have a phone that you can get a QR code? I don't assume anything. I said, do you have a phone that can capture a QR code? Yes. Here you go. Follow me. Everything you need. It's a whole menu on the Parade Deck. Number two, look at the people we've connected with. I mean, Joey Nguyen. Shout out to Joey Nguyen. Everybody, ladies and gentlemen, you guys follow Joey, Shelly, Jeff Code. I'm looking in the chat. I mean, Joey Nguyen's giving me some tips. I mean, come on. He's like, Mario, you're helping me. You're helping me. And then Shelly, Jeff Code, my computer, look at that. It's shaking because Shelly, look at that shaking. Shelly is so positive and motivated. It made my computer shake. I mean, come on. Parade Deck, connecting, networking, allowing us to improve and increase our personal brands, to reciprocate that relationship all through the Parade Deck. But another question. At any time during this journey, did you go, man, I don't know if this is going to work?
What time is it? I mean, this is just me. I mean, if you're not asking that question, I don't think you're probably not doing the right thing. Like, I don't think there's ever been a time where you're perfectly aligned with the actual project itself. I didn't want to quit supporting people. So, I've got this, this level of what I always want to participate in, supporting other people. How can I do that? And Parade Deck just happens to be that. So I didn't want to stop that. I doubt myself on, like, does this have legs? Does it have longevity? Are we able to monetize on this? Are we able to, fulfill on our, the promises that we're making? So it is. And the thing that keeps me going, and I appreciate all the great feedback and affirmations from all of you, but it's you guys that actually keep me going. So when I do have those doubts, I have to reach out to you, or Tony, or Enrique, or Shelly, or Michael, any of our creators, but I'll just pick on you because you're here. I have to get some affirmations. And you can call me weak. I don't care. But when with my friends, I set these rules up. And I'm like, listen, if you need some affirmation, you just call me and tell me, Andrew, I don't even need you to talk. I'm just going to gripe. And then I need you to give me a real positive, like, you can do it. I believe in you, even if you're right or wrong. And so I just need that. Personally, that's what keeps me going. And I do it. I talk to you, almost daily. And I always feel good after, because every time you call, you have a great story. Like, you're not going to believe what happened today.
Andrew. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I do. I mean, today's been a pretty good day. But we were having issues earlier today. The live stream quit. We had to turn it back on, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what are we doing? Is anybody going to watch this? What am I, idiot? But we're here, and we're sponsored by Stars and Stripes, and we've got, amazing creators on the Parade Deck. I mean, amazing creators on the Parade Deck. And because of these stories that you tell me, and, Shelly just connected with our friend Laura. Laura's like, hey, who is that young lady that was on? And so now they're collaborating, so we're starting to see this network. And, so phase 2 is what we're transitioning into, is how do we model that out? How do we make it more efficient, where, that people can come into the Parade Deck and be able to build those relationships. Let's see. I think this is from, this is cool.
Yeah, you can see something.
Greetings from a second dream. Oh, you can't see the comments? Oh,
I can see. No.
Oh, it's up in the right hand corner. Click on comments. Yep. Lost my train of thought. But
that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's one of my. Hey, Daniel, good to see you. But so and going back what you were saying, Andrew. I mean, I go back to my first episode, October of 2020. Very first podcast episode, October 2020. And I go back and I review it there. I go, oh my gosh, microphone. I had the mic in my face. And I mean, my thing is, how can you get better if you don't start? And so you have, if you don't shoot the ball, how do you know you can't shoot? I mean, come on. And so that's why I love what you're doing. And I love this because you got a baseline and start somewhere. And folks see people like me, oh, you're so natural, whatever. No, I made a lot of mistakes, in the last 5 years going live and doing things. So yeah, this is awesome. Matter of fact, I'm glad it happened because it shows we're comfortable in crisis. Parade Deck.
Yep. Yep. And I will tell you that, that's one of the things I have to challenge myself to is not trying to be perfect, I don't want to disappoint. I don't want to disappoint because, and I don't know if all entrepreneurs think this way, but it's how I think, you're lucky even just to be involved. That's how I feel. Like I'm blessed just to be involved. And so I work extra hard to, I don't want to use the word perfection, but, I want to be there early. I want to show up on time. I want to give you more than you've asked me for. So I was saying earlier, kind of phase 2 is what we're moving into now, is going to be more of analytics, providing meaningful analytics, both for just to see your growth, but also to help you align with brands and sponsors. And so, I'd say on the top 5 things when I talk to people about the Parade Deck, it's, they want to, oops. We got, hey, Bradley, are you in? Let's see, I'm going to shut that down. So, all right, that's our next guy. He's just anxious. We lost our background too.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'm glad this is happening with you. All right, let's do this background. There we go. All right. I just didn't like that white. Yeah, it makes me relaxed. So, but analytics, and monitor. So the top 5 questions are number one, and I just heard it yesterday. I was talking to a young lady in my office, and I knew she just started a podcast 3 or 4 weeks ago. And I said, hey, this is me, and I've got this new social media platform, and we help you amplify your voice as a podcaster. That word, amplify, she grabbed that word and she repeated it back to me at least 10 times.
Yeah.
Even though I was trying to keep selling, right? Like, don't buy it back here. You've already sold her on this. But she's like, I want to talk to you about the amplification of my voice and my podcast. And she just kept on it. And so that's the top 5. How do I amplify my voice? How do I monetize? How do I monetize? How do I take my eyes off of what I think I'm supposed to monetize on, and what are other opportunities that might be a better opportunity and faster income? So it may not be YouTube, or it may not be sponsorship. It might be speaking engagements. It may be something you haven't even thought of. And so Parade Deck hopefully brings that, so that outside eyes can come back to you and say, I'm not going to tell your idea, but you came to me with an idea 2 nights ago. About the movies. Yeah. So that's a good idea. Like, that's something. I'm not saying Parade Deck was responsible for that, but it's interesting that it's a pivot. And so I hope that the Parade Deck can provide some of those pivots, where we show you things that, gosh, I never thought about that. And actually, yep.
And Andrew, the thing is, we're having fun. I see a lot of people that they will do some, maybe a business owner, maybe go get into a doctoral program, whatever journey that it's a choice, and whatever journey that they decide to go on. The question I always ask is, well, are you having fun? Are you having fun? And the one thing I will say, being with you on this journey over a year now, it's fun. No matter what happens. I mean, I hope it doesn't happen, but our computers can completely blow up right now.
Yep.
They can, but it's fun. This is fun. And no matter what happens, and that's what I love about the Parade Deck and what you've created, is I have fun every day I make content. I have fun every single day that I'm able to give someone, the Parade Deck QR code where they can just connect to all my social media. Mm-hmm. And it's fun talking to you about initiatives, visions, meeting people like Enrique, Tony Taylor. I mean, and all the other people. It's fun no matter what. My thing is, if you're not having fun doing what you're doing, then maybe call a timeout.
Yep.
And I haven't seen you since you started the Parade Deck. Go, Mario. I've never heard you say, Mario, I don't know if I'm not having fun.
Yeah, that's good. I am having fun. I'm having fun. I have fun. Hopefully I can get to the stage where I can just really focus on support and helping, and not more of the building and the technology. I'm not a tech guy. I mean, I'm a tech guy I like lots of gadgets and things like that. And I like innovation. I love ChatGPT. In fact, we just partnered with a company to integrate ChatGPT with OpenAI technology on the homepage of Parade Deck. Wow. And I'm expecting this to be, I hate to say it, a game changer, but it is going to pull content and relevant information from our database that we're building. And you're actually building it, your bios, everything you're putting into the Parade Deck, we're cultivating that. And this AI is going to be able to regurgitate that to someone in a very meaningful and different way. So if someone, can you imagine, I'm looking for a speaker for the next Marine Corps ball, who would you recommend? Oh, well, here's 3 short bios of 3 amazing creators.
Right.
Here's how you can connect with them. And here are the last 4 events that they actually were speakers to.
Right.
So being able to harness that AI in a way that we can, and I think that's where the monetization comes in. I'm kind of getting into the weeds, but it's really exciting that I think we've got to move into that new stage of, because right now I think, I call it the fog of social media. I think there's so much out there right now, and it's so disorganized, meaning that it's really, really hard to find and hone in. There's our friend Regan Hawthorne. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, look at that. I like that.
I'm telling you.
Are you
All right, I'm going to quit talking about IT.
are you having
fun?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to pivot. I'm going to quit talking about technology.
Yeah.
But Regan is why I get up in the morning. Regan has this amazing dream, and he's going to be on later at 7:00. So I'm not going to ruin his talk, but he's got amazing ideas. He's a descendant of a Navajo code talker, one of a major code talker. He's the CEO of a major nonprofit organization. He's a preacher. And Regan, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to say this, but he's not really tech savvy, okay? But he's learning, and he's doing what you said 10 minutes ago. You just got to start. You just have to start. I mean, it's going to be ugly and chaotic. And I'm telling you, today, I was sweating the first 30 minutes when we crashed. I'm like, oh my gosh, I've got Corey on from Stars and Stripes. Like, this is our big opportunity. So I just instantly oh my gosh. But that's the reason I do this. That is bar none what Parade Deck is all about.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, no, thanks, Andrew, because you have to have fun. I mean, when folks look at, when folks go, hey, so and so, you have, 6,000 subscribers on your YouTube channel, or you have 41,000 subscribers, whatever, and they see all of this, these whatever metrics of success. What they don't realize is, well, I'm having fun. It's fun. Even if I have one subscriber, I'm having fun. And that's what I love about the organizational culture, right? The culture of the Parade Deck. It's a place where you could come and have fun. Here's another thing, Andrew, I want to highlight. I want to highlight this. And if there's any content creators that's watching right now, you can make the chat window go crazy. From the most motivated 5'2.5" veteran Marine Sergeant Major out there. It is hard for a content creator to find someone else to promote them without paying a lot of money. It is so hard. You can only promote yourself, so much. Hey, my podcast episode. Hey, share my content. But when you have a wonderful platform like the Parade Deck, when you're doing content distribution all over all these platforms, and then you have the Parade Deck promoting you, I mean, that is invaluable. That's invaluable. In the Parade Deck, that was one of my issues, is I don't have anyone promoting me. And the Parade Deck came in and brought that extra layer, right? That extra capability to promote. I can only speak for me. My content through audio, through video, and all over. And I firmly believe, that my YouTube channel grew significantly, right, from more promotion than Parade Deck. I believe that.
Well, since this is unarmored, that's really hard to hear and accept that. But you tell me constantly, and you give me the data to back it up normally. I did this speaking engagement. I got 7 people that scanned my QR code. I determined that 3 of them, 1 followed me on Parade Deck, 3 went to LinkedIn, 2 went to YouTube, and you mapped it. And so you actually proved it to me.
And here's the deal real quick. This is unarmored. If I didn't tell you I was almost 50 years old, would you believe it?
Hey, I turned 55 this month.
So, but here's why I asked you that unarmored question. Because a lot of people say, Mario, you don't look your age. Because I don't lie.
There you go.
I'm an honest broker. So the reason why I bring that up is because everything I'm telling you, it's honest. Honest feedback, honest broker. And you see what Shelly just put.
Yeah, it's something and this, again, I'm going to give you credit for this because you keep me in perspective of what success for a creator looks like. and I want to get this original quote here, but this is my first. Like, you show me a YouTube creator that has 1 subscriber, I'll show you a creator that has a passion to make a difference in life.
There you go.
You know, versus someone with 1 million. So I'll take that 1 subscriber any day, and I can't tell them I'm going to make you get XY creators. We just can't do it. Like, when you do career development and do somebody's resume, I'm not saying I can get you a job, but I can sure create a nice resume for you. I can create a foundation, help you with the evidence that you need, so when people do look at you, they're going to take a second look. And, you know, I think another part of our outreach is I'm just making that word up right now, that outreach is that second action, what I call Second Action Thursday. So, and I talked about this earlier today.
I like that.
I love a heart. I love a thumbs up. I love a comment. But I would love it more if you would go to my YouTube page and subscribe. And I'm not saying that for me, but I'm saying for you, Mario, the example I'll use, all your money that you raise on your page, your YouTube, goes to your charities. And you don't get paid to do this. I mean, this is your passion. So when you go and follow or subscribe, even if the person has 1 million followers, you don't know where that money's going to. You don't know their business model. You may assume, like, you know, they're making all this sponsored ad money, and sometimes they do. But in the case of people on Parade Deck, I'll tell you this, they're doing it from their heart, and it's a passion. And when you go and subscribe to them, that's literally like you giving them $20 to make a difference in a youth's life at a high school that you support, Mario. That's how I look at it. That 1 subscribe, and you telling somebody. So we need to do some outreach, and we need to educate the people out there, like, what it means to actually support whatever we want to call it, a creator or an influencer. But here's how you do it. And so I think we'll see increases if we can kind of keep that going. So
yeah, and you're right. You know, Andrew, thank you for bringing that up. And you're right. I mean, we're finalizing the details for the next check donation ceremony for Early College High School in Pitt County, and literally the YouTube channel, the members on the YouTube channel, anyone who not just subscribe, but you actually watch the content. Folks right now who are watching live through my YouTube channel, like Daniel. Daniel's one of my loyal supporters. Daniel from Taiwan. He's been with me for quite some time. Thank you. Making an impact where those funds generated monthly or daily. Yep. It's going to fund 3, not 1, not 2, right? But almost 3 students. We're looking at 2 or 3, but almost 3, up to 3 students to be able to take college level courses in the healthcare industry, the skilled trades industry, because we're going to pay for it. And it's going to create new opportunities for high school students in the underserved community, right? That they have no idea who Mario P. Fields is. They have no idea who Mario P. Fields is or Andrew Appleton, but at least they know that there's an organization that cares for them that's not within their hometown. And
absolutely. And I love hearing those stories.
Yeah, so I know we're almost out of time. So again, how can people, Andrew, join? How can people
find
get on the Parade Deck?
Yeah. Obviously go to paradedeck.com. But I asked Shelly the other day, it's like, okay, Shelly, can I say this? Can I say what you did on your LinkedIn? I guess I can because it's public. So I made a post on LinkedIn the other day, and it said, like, an employee of Parade Deck did something, or I didn't make a post. Sorry. It just popped up. I was like, employee of a Parade Deck? Who's that? I mean, I'm like, I'm the only employee here. Jamie, you're part of the team too. Jamie's off backstage. And then I clicked on it. It was Shelly, and she's a Parade Deck creator on there. And it blew me away. I called you and told you. I was like, you're not going to believe this. You're not going to believe this. And so I asked her, I said, what's the criteria, like, for somebody to do that? And so this is what she said. Kudos to her for saying this, because I needed to hear it. People need to pay a subscription. You need to pay, all right, to help support Parade Deck, and you got to be part of the community. You got to help promote, and that's and I don't expect, Mario, people to know how to do it. Like you said earlier, getting other creators to support you. We need to help them with that. We need to give them tools to make it easy in this amazingly busy world that we have.
Yeah.
So it's not their fault. There's no like negative thing that they're not doing it, but because people do like, how can we support you? How can we support you? So we've got to really educate them on like, here's how you can support them in an easy way, or, here's a more complex way that actually could help monetize. So I think on Parade Deck, first of all, we just onboarded Soldiers for Life the other day. And when I talked to the podcast host, he asked me, he's like, hey, is there a criteria? Can I come on? And there was a specific reason he asked that. And I asked you what you would have said, and you told me back what I did say. And then like, you know what? I don't even know. I don't even look at backgrounds, at what your, this or that is. All we care about is that you're passionate and you want to help the Parade Deck grow as a community. So if you want to be a creator on Parade Deck, we welcome you. You've got to have X amount of followers or subscribers. There's no minimums or maximum on that. We just want you to commit to being part of the community. That's what we want. And we offer way more than you're ever going to get, and the cost of getting in is minimal from what you're going to get in return. And it's not just military. This is what I finish up with. So American Warriors, hold on. It's just not military and veterans. It's anybody. It's any creator. Especially, I would love, because I know we have a couple preachers here on the chat. I'd love for churches to get involved. I would love for organizations to get involved so that we can start putting messages out there. We're not a social media channel. We're not an Instagram or YouTube, but we can still promote good content. We still, and I'm proud to say that I don't even know any of our creators that really curse. They don't talk derogatory. We don't have that problem. And so I would tell you that's our environment. We're inclusive, we're diverse. And that's the only way that we can grow is we continue to be that way. So,
well,
Mario,
I appreciate you allowing me to host you for an hour, some change. And I know we got to get ready to go, but it's been a pleasure to see you on this Friday. And thank you so much for what you have done for me and what I've seen you've done for other content creators that either served in the military or not. And again, thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, again, get on the Parade Deck, follow us, find a content creator, and let's continue to keep this thing going.
All right, Mario, thank you so much. It means the world to me. And I loved watching that video. I loved that whole Parade Deck thing. I need to redo it. When I made that, I watched it probably 100 times a day. I'm just so motivated to do this. So, all right. Love you. I'll talk to you later.
Love you too, Andrew. Be safe, my friend. Unarmored out.
There you go. All right. So, all right. Hey, Jamie, do you want to come on really quickly before we bring on American Warriors? I always put her on the spot. I just want you guys to see, oh, there you are. All right.
Hello.
So everybody meet Jamie Yancey. How are you doing?
Everyone. I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, it's good. Every time you get to spend a little time with Mario P. Fields, it just lifts you up,
Yes.
So it's like going to church. So it's going to the church of Mario. But, but yeah, Jamie is part of our team. We've been working together, 3-4 months, kind of new. She's just an amazing human. She gets it fast. I love working with people that like pick up on things because I drop a lot of stuff and it doesn't make sense sometimes in my head, but it's amazing how she can make sense of a lot of the stuff I've got going on. So Jamie, I'm so glad you're part of this, and thank you for helping all day.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
So we are going to move on to American Warriors. Let me ask you this too. Is it interesting for you to see so many creators? I'm assuming this is kind of new to you to be so, involved with influencers and creators?
Yeah, and like I was saying earlier, it's just been really good because this is really new to me and it leaves me feeling like really inspired, like on my own like social media and everything, to like start posting more and just getting more involved.
So yeah, I love it, and I'm glad you get to meet these people, and like we've been saying all day, how wonderful all the creators are. So we'll give a shout out, Stars and Stripes, again. Thank you so much for sponsoring this. It's live streaming actually on their YouTube. It's live streaming. In fact, I better shut Mario's off here, or he'll be like, "Hey, I don't want the entire thing on." So all right, I just did that. So Jamie, our next guest, I mentioned them a little bit earlier, are American Warriors.
Yes.
They're not, let me rephrase. I kind of put the emphasis wrong on the words. They are from American Warriors, and the director, producer, I can't even come up with all the technology or the technical terms of who they are, but they have done some amazing work in capturing content, videos, and documenting it on our veterans, service members. And a couple of them that I was kind of directly, indirectly involved with was, Regan Hawthorne, the descendant of the Code Talker, Code Talker Day, and, a 3-star general in the Marine Corps. And so that was my first taste of how amazing they are. And you're Navajo, so you appreciate,
Yes.
Bringing to light that indigenous aspect.
Yes, I'm very excited to watch his live. So just really happy to be here.
Yeah, awesome. Well, we're going to bring them on. I'm going to play a trailer. It's getting late. That's bad to say when I'm staying up all night. But we do want to give a shout out to Warren, and I'll let those guys. He wasn't able to make it, but we're praying for Warren and his family. They're going through some things. And just we wish Warren was here. And Warren is an amazing human being. Really supports what we're doing on Parade Deck. Really trusts us, Jamie, to handle, help them with their content, help them be promoted. And we really see big things for American Warriors. And so I'm just going to say this right now. Go to the American Warriors YouTube, follow. They're a good example. If you go there like, oh my gosh, they got 10,000 subscribers. But, that's just the beginning, because the content they have deserves 1 million followers, millions of views, because of the way they capture the story of the veteran is amazing. And so, and they're nonprofit. So please go to the YouTube page, and you can go to Parade Deck, obviously, and get all their social media. But this is one special shout out I do want to make because, I really believe in this team. So Jamie, I will quit there. And we are going to play the trailer and then bring them on. So Jamie, I'll see you backstage.
Okay, bye.
Every time we went in for a night medevac to go in to get the wounded troops out of the jungles at night, that was the scariest experience that I have ever had in my life.
I joined the Army in 1997, peace. So I'd actually had 4 years of peace.
Oh my God, another plane has just hit.
That's 4 years of peace and 17 of not peace.
I flew 210 combat missions. I got hit 27 times. I never got shot down. I never lost an airplane.
I distinctly remember one night writing an assessment like this, series of grades. This is organized. This is an insurgency.
I'm Mike Brock. I'm a retired Marine colonel. I served 26 years. I'm a veteran of Vietnam, Desert Shield, Desert Storm, and Somalia.
Here's a language that could be devised that nobody speaks. We could use it as a code.
Let's go!
a barricaded shooter that just shot an RPG at him.
That was September 11th. And it lit something inside of me.
The code that was developed for the word hill was Tlint'atsa. Tlint'atsa in Navajo means sick horse. It was then tested in actual battle. 1st Marine Division landed on the beaches of Guadalcanal.
I tell you what, it was the Wild West. I mean, every time we left the wire, there was always a threat.
I don't think anybody going to any war really knows what it's going to be like until they get there.
It was kind of a wild time there one morning, shooting at 100 yards with artillery, rapid fire with howitzers.
That was the absolute peak of my time in the A-10.
At that point, it was heavy combat. I said, I'm Jim Horsley. Here's my orders. I'm checking in. He says, welcome to the Blue Angels. There's a locker in there. Go put your stuff in there and get a blue flight suit.
It took everything in my mental makeup and descend into that hellhole.
The missions that I was supporting initially turned into strike missions, so we were penetrating way into Iraq.
In this epic battle, a total of 17 Medals of Honor, 70 Navy Crosses, plus many Distinguished Service Crosses were awarded for the campaign, the most of a single battle in U.S. military history.
2 Silver Stars, 6 Distinguished Flying Crosses, and 22 Air Medals.
We need to tell that story. Kids today need to understand why things that happened 80 years ago is important to remember and talk about.
All right. How's everybody doing?
Good evening.
Welcome, everybody. We're really glad to be here. My name is not Cliff Brummels. I've got the wrong title on here. Hold on a second. My name is Bradley Lanfear. I am one of the directors here at American Warriors, and we've also got my esteemed colleague here. Want to give yourself an intro?
Hey guys, my name is Cody Rial, also a director, producer, and cinematographer on American Warriors.
So we are an independent nonprofit production company. It's hard to say where we're based out of because we're actually spread out across the country here. So Cody, where are you at?
I'm based out of Sisters, Oregon. I've been living here since 2006, but my main range of work is Central Oregon area and expanding out throughout the state of Oregon.
And I am located in East Texas, town of Tyler. Anybody from Tyler? But so right now we're a small team. Our producer, Warren, was not able to join us today. He had an unfortunate family emergency. So we do want to keep him in our thoughts and prayers at this time. But so Warren, he's the originator of American Warriors. He's the guy who started this whole project and then ended up bringing on myself. And a couple months later, we brought on Cody because we needed the extra manpower. And so we just want to talk a little bit about what it is that we're doing, the heart behind it, and where we're going in the future. So our purpose is to tell the stories of veterans. We want to honor everybody who has served. We're trying to collect as many biographies as possible over the course of this project. We're not looking for anything in particular. We've got people who are combat veterans, people who are not combat veterans, who have served in stateside stations. One of the questions that comes up a lot is, what branch did I serve in? And the question is, actually, I'm not a veteran. Cody and I, neither one of us actually are veterans ourselves, but we both come from backgrounds relating, with family members who served. My own dad was a Vietnam era veteran. He was in the Air Force, stationed in Taiwan. And so, I definitely grew up in that environment, but I ended up a filmmaker instead. And it's a huge honor to be doing these stories. Cody, how'd you get into this?
Well, I come from a military family as well. My dad was 11 years Air Force. My brother was 5 years Air Force in Afghanistan. And then both my grandparents were Army veterans. My one grandpa, my mother's father, was actually in the Chosin Reservoir during the Korean War. So a rich family history in the military. I wanted to serve, but as a senior in high school, I was diagnosed with a condition that made me ineligible. And this is kind of a way for me to serve those who have served.
So let's talk a little bit just about our approach, how we do this. So Cody and I, like I said, I'm here in Texas, Cody's in Oregon, and we are literally the only members of the actual production team at American Warriors. So when Cody's filming an episode, he's working completely alone. And when I'm filming an episode, it's, again, completely alone. And I feel really good about what we've been able to create over the last 16 months. This channel, we only started on Veterans Day in 2021. So that's what, like 16 months that we've been doing these stories. And the amount of content that we've created and the quality of it is something that honestly blows me away every time. What are your thoughts, Cody?
Yeah, it's, well, I tell people we're A to Z production. You know, we're the ones who produce. We find these guys, we call them guys or gals, we give them a call, we tell them about the idea, we set up a time, we go, we film it, we set up, we light, we do everything on our own. And then we come back with loads of footage, and then we have to also create the story out of it. So what's unique about us is that we really are, from just beginning to end, everything is pretty much on us, which is sometimes a benefit and also sometimes feels like a curse. But it is a lot on the plate. But you know, it's good to kind of have a hand in every area of the production. But there are days I wish I had 2 or 3 other people to help.
Cody and I, we both have a stack of hats that we wear because, you know, most productions, they have producer, director, cinematographer, camera operator, sound guys, you know, the whole gamut that goes into production. Whereas we're literally just 2 solo filmmakers and we do this. So kind of the heart behind it is we want these stories to preserve the history of servicemen and women. One of the things I like to say is that it's not for you, it's for your kids. I just recently, I had a conversation with a lady who I was interviewing. She had served in the Army and she was a stateside nurse, and she didn't feel like her story was interesting. And I told her exactly what I said a moment ago. You know, my dad was a Vietnam veteran. He wasn't a combat vet, but I wish that I knew more about his service and other family members who served. And I think a lot of people have a similar story where they have a family member who served, but they don't know much about what they did. And how awesome would it be if every veteran's story got told so that nobody had to say that anymore? Oh yeah, my uncle served, but I don't know what he did. We think it's really important to be preserving these. Right, Cody?
Absolutely. I've had a lot of similar stories. Before I came on to American Warriors, I did something called War Stories at a local TV station. Same idea, just shorter version weekly. And I heard those stories a lot. Families who didn't know. One in particular here in Sisters, he was a World War II veteran. His name was Mel Elder. He passed away a couple years ago. But we're sitting down doing his interview, and I'd only known him for about 20 minutes. And he starts to share his story in the Navy. And off to my right, his daughter's sitting off camera, and I kind of hear her sniffling like she's crying. And she told me after the interview, she said, "I've never heard those stories my entire life." And I asked Mel, I said, "Why did you share those with me? You barely even know me." And he says, "Well, I was trying to protect my family from these hard stories." But he says, "I've never really had anybody actually sit down and say, I want to hear your story. I want to hear what you're about." He says, "Nobody's ever really done that to me." And that was a pretty big eye opener of why it's important to do these and why I continue to do them.
So, sorry, I'm trying to check on our first guest who was here a moment ago, and now I don't see him, so I'm just checking on him. So one of the things that we're going to be doing here, we're going to be bringing on a couple of the guests, a couple of the veterans that we have interviewed in recent times, and actually one of our very first veterans that we interviewed when this program first started. We're going to be showing some clips from those shows. We're going to be showing some moments that were impactful and then hearing from these folks about what it meant to them to be sharing these stories on camera. Cody and I, we both hear a lot of times, when we ask someone, hey, would you allow us to interview you and tell your story? A lot of veterans don't want to talk about it, and for obvious reasons. There's a lot of pain. There's a lot of memories that people don't want to relive. We completely understand that. We also feel, though, that it's important to talk about it and to let the public know what our service members have sacrificed, and honor that. And that's what this is all about. So before we go too far and bring on our first guest, we've got a couple of minutes here. Cody, you want to talk a little bit about that first clip and that little behind the scenes clip?
Yes, if I'm thinking about the right clip here. Is this the most recent one I sent you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this clip was just an experimental intro to a recent story I just shot. And it's just kind of a way of breaking down what they call the fourth wall, which is in your video, kind of seeing the cameras and the guys who make the video. So you see a little bit behind the scenes of setting up, kind of what it looks like, and very much a one-man band production. So take a look.
So you can talk through this a little bit if you want.
Yeah, I'll make sure there's no echo. This was our fourth take, actually, to get this right. You can't quite see all the furniture that's been pushed up against the wall to make room for our interview. Interior decorating is a real job, or a real thing to our job.
My name is Sam Moyers, and my story starts in 1939 in Elmira, New York.
So yeah, super simple, nothing fancy, very much a one-man band approach. Those shots of the cameras were a last-minute experimental idea to see if it looked cool. And that's kind of the blessing in disguise of a one-man band, is that there's a lot of leeway to experiment in these stories. So when you watch our stories on YouTube channel, you'll see multiple ways of introducing a character and sequences throughout. And that's what Bradley and I really try to do, is just try to keep it fresh with our own creative styles, our own cinematography, perspectives on things. And that's what makes it fun.
Absolutely. I think that was just a beautifully well done sequence, and I was really glad that you shared that with us just this morning, I think.
Yeah, last night.
Last night. So we're going to bring on our first guest here, but he's not here yet. So we're going to, hopefully he'll join us again in a few minutes. So we're going to move on to our next guest in the lineup. So this is going to be Navy veteran Lyle Hicks. So Lyle was the first veteran that we actually interviewed back in, I think it was probably October or so of 2021. And so that was my first introduction to this. It was the first long form video project that I had actually done before. And it was very much a whole new experience for me to do this kind of a story, because I came from a background in commercial work, and it blew me away. It got me really excited. So first, we're going to play a little clip and then we're going to hear from Lyle. So here we go.
We took on Marines and their gear and headed to Vietnam to evacuate refugees. We had no idea what we were going to find. We came in and anchored, not knowing still what we were going to see or how it was going to go. And pretty soon a boat shows up and we took on our first refugees. The word seemed to get out, and before we knew it, we were inundated with boats. And for 2 days, we took on refugees. We ended up with about 4,500 on board. The NVA was coming in from the north. The Viet Cong was coming in from the west. And pretty much had them trapped there. And so we were trying to get as many of them out as we could before they got there. It was very difficult to see. You saw a lot of panic and fear in their eyes. It was hard. We would go down and to feed them, and they would rush you because they hadn't eaten, obviously, and to try to get that organized, to try to give them food and drink. And 2 days in, the NVA took over the base of Cam Ranh Bay, and they fired a shell over the bow of one of our ships and told us to get out of the water, and we were told directly from Washington to leave. And so we left, and as we left, in fact, the NVA tanks were on the cliff pointed at us. And we left the guys bopping up and down in the water, waving at us, thinking we were going to come back, and we weren't. I found out later that most of those people were slaughtered, and that was what affected me the most. It was heart-wrenching. I was very angry. I went to the navigator and told him I was going to tell the story. I was going to write a letter to the bulletin and say what was really happening. And he said, "No, you're not. In fact, the information you have is top secret, and you're not going to divulge it to your fellow shipmates either."
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you.
Hey, how you doing, Lyle? Welcome.
Good. Thank you.
Hey, Lyle.
Hey, Cody.
So, Lyle, thanks so much for coming on today. Can you just share with us a little bit, what was it like for you telling your story on camera?
Well, it's not an easy thing to do, and there's a lot of reasons for that. First off, it's personal, and you're opening yourself up, and you're not knowing whether the person you're talking to is going to really understand what you're trying to say. And I guess secondly, in certain ways, it's a corporate story also. There were 500 or so other sailors aboard my ship. I wasn't the only one that went through that experience. And so when you're telling that story, you want to make sure you're telling the story for them also.
I remember when we were filming your interview, your daughter was there, and she made some comments that, she was watching you, share these stories in your interview, and she made the comment that these are things that she had never heard about. So, what kind of comments like that and other things have you heard?
Well, I hear that a lot in other stories also. And through the Band of Brothers, which kind of brought all of this along. Yeah, we're tight. I mean, it's a story that, first off, like I said, is very personal, and it's hard to share it. It's hard to open yourself up the war was not a popular war. There's a lot of reasons, but it's not an easy thing to do. But I do, and have heard from others that once they have, and I know for myself that I think my children and my friends understood me a little bit better afterwards. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Do you think that it opened any doors for, you know, a new level of relationship with your own family?
Somewhat. There's things that they'll never understand totally because they had to be there, you know. But I think, and when we first broadcast it, my wife and my grandson watched it with me, and I hope that they saw me in a different light afterwards.
So your story has actually gone to some interesting places in the time since then, and it's been shown in some venues that are kind of cool. So you sent me a clip just this morning that kind of got me interested, and I'm going to pull that up here real quick. I didn't get a chance to add it to our playlist, but you can talk a little bit about this if you want to. I think I misplaced it. Well, so your video got shown at...
We took on Marines and their gear and headed to Vietnam to evacuate refugees. We had no idea what we were going to find.
Don't you love technology?
Yeah, it's great. So your story got shown in a high school gymnasium, which is pretty cool. Can you tell a little bit about that?
Well, it was a total surprise and total shock, to be honest with you. And it was, they talked me into coming into this thing. What it is. Okay, if you take a step back, every year the local high school has honored veterans in their school right around Veterans Day. It all started a few years back with Bob Maxwell, the Medal of Honor recipient, and the principal had reached out to me, and he knew I knew a lot of veterans, and he said, can you come up to the school because we want to have a special thing for Bob Maxwell? And so I talked a bunch of guys into coming up, and we were going to show these kids how we back ourselves up. And instead they honored us and brought us in with a bunch of, like, a couple thousand screaming kids clapping and the tears streaming down our face, and it was pretty incredible. Well, ever since then, they've done something similar, and they'll have the gymnasium, and we'll be down in the gym part of the gymnasium, and the kids will be all on the side. This year it was supposed to be there was a building that we were supposed to dedicate for Bob Maxwell, and they had asked me to bring a banner to present this banner. And instead, they showed my video and then did a few things afterwards. And it was overwhelming, to say the least. The thought or the feelings behind it are hard to explain. I didn't know whether how people would take it. I was, I guess, a little bit embarrassed when it popped up because I didn't feel worthy of it. And I was able to call out my grandkids, which was pretty cool, and embarrass them. And I remember my grandson the next day. I said, "Did I embarrass you?" And he goes, "Yeah, but it was a good embarrassment because the guys kept slapping me on the back saying, 'That's your grandpa.'" And so I guess it went off okay, but it wasn't easy.
Mm-hmm. Cody, you got any questions?
Well, Lyle, do you think this is important for other veterans to do as well, to share their story?
Very important. I've been involved in this from the get-go. When the war stories first started, they knew that I knew a lot of veterans, and so I was asked to help line up, and we lined up. In fact, the first veteran we lined up in war stories was Bob Shotwell. It was First Wave Omaha Beach, who was a personal friend. And we knew he knew media. He had been on the radio and whatnot, and we knew he'd do well. And I was helping line up a few other guys, and I went to a buddy that I knew his story would be really good. Mark Wurgis was his name. He was a Marine, Purple Heart. And he refused, and I kind of prodded him a little bit, and he looked at me and he said, "You first." I said, "What?" He said, "You first. You show you do it, I'll do it." And so indeed, I went back to Warren then and said, "Okay, I'm ready." And we did my initial story, and Mark did his, and Warren told me that after that, the guys were coming to him. He didn't have to really chase after him. I think like you said before, it's an important thing for the families to have. Now my families can, if they can always go back and look at that video or show the video and say, "Hey, that's my grandpa, that's my dad," whatever.
Yeah. Well, I know it meant a lot to us to hear you recount all of that, all those memories. And
as you remember, it was kind of hard for me to watch it the first time. When you took me into your office and showed it to me, and that was a bit of a struggle. You did an excellent job.
I try to do that with as many of the veterans that I interview as possible, get to bring them to my office and let them watch it before it goes live. And almost every single time, it's always hard for them to watch, but it's always very rewarding, I guess, validating that they're also very appreciative that the story gets told in a way that is respectful and shows the humanity of the story, not just the mechanics of the story. So,
absolutely.
All right, Lyle, thank you so much for coming on and joining us. Thank you for your service, and we look forward to staying in touch with you in the future.
Thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Lyle.
Have a good evening. All right, so our other guest is missing. Don't know where he is. So we're just going to forge ahead here. So one of the things that
while we're trying to get him, I have a kind of story along those lines that Lyle was talking about. I could share if we're waiting.
Sure.
When he referred to War Stories, for those of you who aren't aware, War Stories is the TV station segment I mentioned before that Warren, American Warriors producer, had started like 6 years ago. It was really kind of the seed and the birthplace of what's now become American Warriors. But anyways, when I was shooting War Stories, my last one, before I left the TV station, this guy emailed me. His name was Dennis, and he said he was in Vietnam, and I want to tell my story. And I said, "Sure, what's your address?" So we picked a date. I met up with him. I had no idea, who he was, his background, or what he'd been through. And we sat down, we did his interview, and found out he had survived 2 different helicopter crashes in Vietnam. He was a crew chief. At one point, he had carried dead babies through the Huey to forward hospital units. They found out the kids were dead. And just some extremely traumatizing stories that he went through. And at the end, I kind of asked him, I was like, "Why did you reach out to me and want to share that? That was rough." And he says, "For the first time in the 50, 60 years since it happened," he says, "I felt like it's time to share my story." And it was also his first step towards PTSD recovery, was actually sharing it. He says, "Nobody else but my wife has ever heard this before." And he trusted me with that story, and we put it on TV the next Monday, and he messaged me a really nice message and said that he felt like he took the first step towards healing. We don't do these stories for the healing part, but it's kind of just a byproduct of what we do. It's it's an honor to be able to be responsible for that, for people to trust you with it. So kind of like Lyle was saying, it's good. It's good for us, it's good for the world, but it's also good for the veterans as well who are going through stuff.
Yeah, I remember during another interview that I did a few months ago with a veteran named Jason Galusha. He made the statement that talking through trauma is what's called exposure therapy, where you force yourself to relive it and to process those emotions, because it forces your psyche and your mind to be able to deal with it instead of just trying to shut it down, where it's just constantly there underneath and affecting you in a way that you're not able to really address. So yeah, I'm glad that we're able to provide an outlet for those emotions for people to be able to share.
For sure. And I know you've had this, and I've had it too. A lot of veterans who've cried on us and on stories. And yeah, it's a big responsibility to hold that story and then tell it properly.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to go on to our next guest here. We're going to start with another clip. So we're going to be introducing Mr. Regan Hawthorne. So Regan Hawthorne is a U.S. Army paratrooper from the 82nd Airborne. And he's also, Andrew was speaking about him earlier, he is the descendant of a Navajo code talker. So I met him last summer at a event for the National Navajo Code Talkers Day. And it was an amazing event, and I was humbled and honored to be there. And here, I knew a little bit of the history of the Code Talkers before that event, but not nearly as much as there is to learn about them. And it was an amazing story. And Regan went above and beyond the call of duty to make it possible for us, for our team to be there and capture the story. So we're just going to play a short clip here, and then we're going to chat with Mr. Regan.
And I come and I see names that reflect a personality. I didn't know all of them personally, but there's quite a few here that I have known personally. And as I stand here and I look at these names, I can say to you, thank you. Roy Hawthorne, my father. I see George Moss, my uncle. I see Raymond Smith, Sr., my uncle. And I see extended relations in a lot of these names. And I see the 6 Marine Corps divisions in which these men served, and represented across the entire Navajo Nation, a landmass larger than the state of West Virginia. And it settled in on me that this is why we're here today, because of what they did, who they are, and what they represent. Thank you, men. Thank you.
Regan, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me now?
There we are. Now I can hear you.
There we are. Now I can hear you. Got me there. Well, I got movement.
Yep, we got you. Okay. Great. Okay. So, Regan, tell us a little bit about the Code Talkers and that event that we were there covering.
A little bit about the Code Talkers. Bradley, Cody, thanks a lot for having me on here. Kind of give me a warm up to what's coming next on the next hour, but we'll catch up on that in just a minute. But really, American Warrior, pretty awesome stuff there. I think I was counting earlier. You guys got 200 and some odd videos on there, and I've seen about 3 of them. But we're trying to do a little bit more and just follow you guys pretty well. But you spoke, Bradley, to the moment where you and I met here in Gallup back in August of last year, and it was a fun time. It was a fun time. We did a lot of things. You guys turned a a hotel conference room into an excellent sound and video production studio. Real good work there, and I really, really appreciate the work that you did. That video has gone to a lot of different places. And talking about the Code Talkers, you know, the segment that is imprinted upon my mind right now is when we talked about the names on the wall, on the wall of this conference room. Those 400 and some odd names about the Code Talkers who served in the Marine Corps during World War II. And what they did, the things that they did with their language to really stymie the enemy and to confound the enemy, so much so that the code itself was never broken. And I don't want to try to relive the whole experience here, but I want to build on what you're saying there. You know, I can turn around here over my shoulder and look at these names and again point out there's a few there that I know. One is my father, 2 or 3 others are my uncles, and there's some extended relationships there on the wall. And I have to kind of associate that, Bradley, with that granite wall there in Washington, D.C. And when I go there, that's impactful. It's emotional, and it's stirring. And so this poster that we have here with these 400 and some odd names, 420 plus names of Navajo men who served in World War II as Navajo Code Talkers. When I look at that, that's pretty similar to me because there's relationship there. And I think on what these men did, trying to, again, go back with me to the Vietnam Wall, the Vietnam Memorial. When you go there, you can feel, you can sense some emotion and some of what they presented themselves for. And it's no different with me and many of our Navajo people here when we talk about these Code Talkers, what they did. We look at these names and we can see the pictures of their faces in our mind's eye, and we know that what they did was extreme. It was miraculous what those 420 plus men did some 80 years ago when they took their heart language and transformed it from a tender, sacred, conversational language, transformed it into a military weapon. So much so that it was a code that was never broken. And when you, Bradley and Cody, when you get together to tell the story of veterans, I wish that you could have traveled back in time with us and told 420 other stories. The quality of work that I see in the productions that you all are doing there is fantastic, and it really brings home some of the things that maybe we take for granted every day. So the idea of looking at names on a wall, there's some portraits behind me here of a few gentlemen that were Code Talkers, and we have only 3 of those men still alive today. So when I talk about 80 years ago, what these guys did as 18-year-olds and 17-year-olds, well, we've always, as America, we've always taken the best of the best. We've always taken our young men and our young women and put them in harm's way. In 1942, 1943, 1944, these 17-year-olds left their family sheep flocks. They left their family's woodpile. These guys were responsible for bringing firewood into the home to heat and to cook. These guys were responsible for going down to the creek and hauling the water that was used to drink and cook and wash with. And they left all that to go halfway around the world. It was an adventure. It was an adventure to them because at that time, Navajo land was so far removed from what America really understood. But when they went away for one purpose. They went away to protect the homeland. And when we talk about the names on the wall, we've got to remember, not unlike those 58,000 plus on that granite slab there in Washington, these 420 gave of themselves to protect freedom. So that's where I go when I talk about these names on the wall. That's where I go when I talk about Navajo Code Talkers. And when I think about American warriors and the you guys coming out here and ringing my phone and chasing me down and saying, we need a studio. And I'll say, well, that's great. I got a room. Let's find something and see what we can do. Again, you guys coming into this conference room and setting it up and doing the lighting and throwing up the cloth over here and over there and doing just the right close-up shot. I don't know. It took us hour and a half, Bradley? Was that about what it was? Is that about fair?
I don't. I think it was probably a lot longer than that, actually. But so here, I have a question for you here. So can you talk just for a moment about what's happening today? Because that event that we came there to cover, that was for the groundbreaking of the Navajo Code Talkers Museum. So can you tell us a little bit about where that stands currently right now and what's happening and what that's going to be about?
We could use up the rest of your time. I think you got about 18 or 17 or 18 minutes left. But
I think we got about 3 minutes left, and then we got to bring in our last guest.
I'm going to use every bit of it. Yeah.
Okay.
This is excellent. And Navajo Code Talkers Museum. This has been a kick the can down the road type of vision for the Navajo people for years and years and years. When you came out in August, we were celebrating National Navajo Code Talkers Day. That's a national holiday, and there's not a lot of people that know that. August 14th, 1982 was the first observance of that through President Reagan's order. So we were observing National Navajo Code Talkers Day last year, and as a part of that, the Navajo Code Talker Museum Board of Directors created, organized, and executed a groundbreaking ceremony for a 45,000 square foot world-class museum to bring to America the Navajo story, weaving the Code Talkers into the Navajo story, because we are convinced that America needs to know more about this. America needs to know about the Code Talkers of the Navajo Code Talkers and what they did. So we're moving forward. We have acreage there. We broke ground on the acreage. We're in the process now of soliciting project management groups. We're in the process of finalizing funding details for it. Bradley, Cody, and everybody else that's listening, we need $50 million minimum budget. So that's what's going on now.
And that's one of the things that inadvertently, in the course of what American Warriors has been doing, we have found ourselves coming alongside other veterans organizations. It started out by telling the biographies of individuals, which is always going to be the heart of what we're doing. But we find ourselves telling the stories of individuals who are still actively working in the veteran community today. So the Code Talkers Museum was, one of those partnerships that we got to stumble into, and which it's an amazing thing that we got to help tell that story.
Well, and telling that story with video is a big part of what we anticipate for the museum, also, Bradley. And I know that the two other videos that you guys were able to produce while you were out here are going to go a long way in that. But to have this desire, this vision on the part of American warriors, this is something indeed that needs to be told. This is something indeed that children, adults need to be reminded. 80 plus years ago, this is what happened.
Where can people go to find out more information about the museum?
about the museum, they can go to National Navajo Code Talkers Museum.org. National Navajo Code Talkers Museum.org. And we're rebuilding a good site there. It'll be dynamite here in the next couple of days. Right now it's up. It's got some contact information. Go there, leave us a tag, and we'll get back to you.
Great. And so to see more about the film that we created, you can check out AmericanWarriors.com and search for Code Talkers and watch that amazing piece of history right there. Regan, thanks so much for coming on. It's great to hear from you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. You take care.
Thanks, Regan.
All right. So lastly, well, not quite lastly. Cody, you want to talk a little bit more about some of the other veterans organizations that you have worked with in Oregon?
Yeah, they sorry about that. They vary widely. Central Oregon Veterans Outreach is a homeless veterans outreach. I did a story on a guy named David Naraka, retired Green Beret, who now works with homeless people. I work with Honor Flight of Central Oregon. Honor Flight is actually a national network, but the local hub, Central Oregon, I've been a part of them for a couple of years now, and they just put me on the board of directors as a photographer, and I make the photo books at the end of the trips. They've been a big asset. Lots of veterans there going to D.C. to see the memorials that were built in their honor. World War II, Korea, and Vietnam veterans. Not too many World War II left, so mostly Korea and Vietnam. And I'll be going back this year for a third time to document that trip. Band of Brothers is a big one. Like Lyle Hicks is a member of that. And he's really been instrumental in getting us references to other veterans in the community to tell stories. He's really an unsung, humble hero in that regard. He's directed so many people to me and Bradley and Warren for stories that we just super, super thankful for him. Yeah, and talk about Camp V. That's down there in Texas. That's not something I've done with, but that's a big thing that you've worked with, Bradley. Tell us a little bit about Camp V.
Yeah. So Camp V is an organization here in Tyler. And so one of the things that most people, here, a couple of statistics here for you. Tyler, Texas, the greater East Texas area has the second highest population of veterans in the country. But as of 2017, it had the fewest amount of resources for veterans. And there was literally nothing in the Tyler area. So Camp V got formed, and Camp V is a community assisting military personnel and veterans. And so their goal was to become the biggest hub for veterans resources in East Texas. And in just a few years since they started, they have seen incredible growth, and the amount of services that they're able to provide for veterans is amazing. And so our partnership with them has just been phenomenal, where a veteran comes through their doors to get help with whatever it is that they might need help with. And then they're also referring them to us, to me, to share their stories and talk about their service and, preserve that history for all people to be able to appreciate. So we're really thankful to Camp V, what they're doing, and the partnership that we have with them. And we're looking for more organizations like these, because these are organizations that are, made up of individuals who served, and they have their own individual stories, and they're still doing things today to continue that story moving forward and continuing to help other veterans. And it's just an honor to be part of all that. So lastly here, we want to bring on another veteran who anybody watching the live stream has already seen, but Andrew Appleton, who is the host of the Parade Deck live stream here. And he came on, or I met him last summer at the same time when I met Regan Hawthorne at the Code Talkers event. And so Andrew, he is also working together with us. Andrew, are you there? I don't see you. Maybe he's not there. His camera's still on. He's just not in front of it.
Maybe he's not that impressed after all.
Oh, there he is. He's back. Okay.
Hey,
here's Andrew.
Sorry about that.
No problem. All right. So, yeah, Andrew has been a big help to us. One of the areas that American Warriors has been struggling with is getting ourselves out there, because we're a very small team and we don't have somebody full-time promoting our content. Cody and I, we're pretty much tapped out on creating the content. So Andrew stepped in and he's going to help us get these stories in front of more eyeballs, which is what it's all about. So, Andrew, thanks so much for what you're doing, and talk a little bit about it.
Yeah. Well, hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
You get okay. All right. All right. Well, first, great job. I don't think these are working. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yep, we got you.
Is that better? Okay, that's better. Okay, sorry. This has been a long day, I will tell you, Bradley and Cody. So I had my good camera that worked perfectly. So I'm looking at my picture now, like, that's so great. Cody, you got an amazing camera. So that's clear, crystal.
Cinematographer.
So exactly. Anyway, yeah, thank you for coming on today. Thank you for being so involved, especially with the Navajo Nation, and with Regan. And all the veterans. So I just, like I said earlier, when I saw your content and I saw what you did with General Bellin and with Code Talker, Peter McDonald, and with Regan, I was like, oh my gosh, these guys are amazing. They have such amazing content. And so, and I did mention earlier, you guys do have a lot of subscribers on your YouTube channel, but there is that point where we plateau, and without, starting to put, more gas in the tank, you kind of just stall out. And unfortunately, it's not a problem that you guys just have. It's kind of a problem across the board with social media. So one of the things, I won't let the cat out of the bag, but we're looking at is multiple ways to use your content. Regan just mentioned, being able to bring that into a museum environment. So, Bradley and I have had some really good conversations about this, but that content is so, I won't say valuable. I don't want to mean it valuable monetarily, even though it is. It's valuable in the history that it contains. And if we can take that history and, even just take it off of YouTube a little bit and get it in different venues, then I think more people are going to begin to see it. And so that's kind of what the vision I have. And Bradley, thank you for taking, I guess, my guidance or my suggestion of writing that first blog article behind the scenes. And I think repeating that, a lot of things I tell our creators and influencers is they just have one channel, and which is great, but sometimes you need multiple channels. We need content in text form, that is going to be pulling in SEO or search engine optimization. We need to have, the shorts and the reels, and we need to be able to get backlinks from other organizations that will promote this content. And so easier said than done, but you got to have those multiple distribution points, or you really silo yourself. And so, yeah, I'm excited to continue to work with you and with Warren. And I think we will really start seeing a difference. And I think today helped. I think today is really going to get a lot of eyeballs on you. And I'm so happy that Stars and Stripes were involved, because obviously they're a historical type of organization. And when you go to their website, you're seeing similar content. You're seeing veteran stories on their media, their digital media. So I think it wouldn't be a big stretch to be able to connect the dots there and see how you can contribute, to the millions of veterans that should be seeing your content. So hope that answers your question. I can ramble on more. So.
Yeah, we're just super grateful for that relationship. We're really excited for the future, and we're just hoping that this is going to help us to be able to tell more stories and bigger stories than what we've been able to do just within our driving radius.
It's time to travel.
This time to travel. And I just want to point this out. This costs money. This costs money. You're looking at high-end, professional production, editing, and all the things. I'm not really technical in all those terms, but it costs money. And and I'm not going to speak for you guys necessarily, but this would be a good opportunity for sponsors to step in. People that have some vested interest in this content, whether it's licensing it or distribution. But I think that is where brands can align with American Warriors. A, you've got an amazing name. 2, you tell an amazing story. 3, you're able to capture amazing guests. And so we need to align that with brands that could leverage that, whether it's, to help them move forward in their products or services, or like Cody said, get in front of more veterans. And so we've got Veterans Day coming up. I know it's a little bit down the road, and I know we've talked about doing some type of event. So if you're listening tonight, I would challenge you, if you're a company, an organization, and you would like to do something spectacular, and I'll just challenge you single-handedly here. Now, I've had some help. I'm putting on a 24-hour live stream. So if I can do this, then there's an organization out there that can come up with a really cool, innovative idea to celebrate our veterans in maybe a slightly different way on November 11th. So we'll just put that challenge out there, and we'll see what we get.
Awesome.
Sounds good.
Well, thanks so much, Andrew. Thank you, Cody. And thank you, everybody watching. It's been an honor to be here.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, guys. Thanks so much. I'll see you guys later. So I'll take it over. All right. So next on the parade deck. So my helper, Jamie, she took off for a few hours. And so she's still on, but we are going to pivot we're going to kind of keep the same theme. First of all, if you're watching, thank you so much for watching. If you want to leave comments, please leave comments. Sometimes I kind of forget to look at them, but please leave comments. We have a whole host of military veterans coming up. We've got Riley, who's a bobsled Olympic winner, and she's also a first lieutenant in the Marine Corps. We've got Tony Taylor. We got Deshaun Campbell coming all the way from Arizona, not here, but coming virtually. And we got American Warriors, or we've got Regan Hawthorne is coming up next. And so you've already had a little bit of taste for Regan and his involvement in the Navajo Code Talkers, and his dad is a code talker himself. So I'm really excited. I love working with Regan. Regan is so insightful. And Regan, I'm going to bring you on here really quickly. See if you've got everything going on your end. All right. So Regan, can you hear me?
I hear you fine.
All right. And
I hear you.
I was worried a little bit about it. All right. We've got an echo though, so we might need to make a change. Can you talk one more time?
Yeah, let me go ahead and see if I can put headphones on. I think that computer audio is coming back into my mic. That might be creating a problem.
Well, you know what? We're not hearing an echo now. So, Bear, only when I talk. So as long as you talk, we're good. So, and you're a talker.
All right.
You're a preacher. So
here we go then, right?
Regan, all right, I'm going to turn it over to you. I'm going to change the background, but I just want to let everybody know Regan is an amazing human. I've met his wife, his wonderful children. Regan, I can't speak, sorry for these memes that pop up here. I can't speak, highly enough about you, your integrity, how you support me. And I know I've been in the room you're sitting in right now, and I know all the artifacts. So I'm looking forward to learning about your role, and just not with the Code Talkers, but with the Navajo Nation and with your family and community. So I'm going to turn it over to you.
Turn it over, he says. Well, we won't turn anything over, but yeah, thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Parade Deck. Thank you so much. It's an awesome awareness being invited on this stage. And, I'm not a Marine. I don't have any, I tried to be a Marine, or I almost was a Marine story. No, I'm an airborne paratrooper. I have been. That's all I'll ever be. But my father was a Marine. But I know about a parade deck. Parade deck is pretty significant. And Andrew invited me on parade deck. He's well, let me just use the word nurtured me along in this fledgling undertaking of mine, and I'm excited about it. A little bit ago, Andrew had on Mario. Unarmored. And there's a question that Mario posed is very, very significant. He said, "Are you having fun?" Man, I'm having fun. I'm having fun. I've watched a couple of them, and it's pretty exciting to me to be a part of such a large audience, knowing that so many people are going to hear all that's going on and just kind of hope that they cling on to some of it and follow up and really find out more. So, yeah, welcome. I'm Regan Hawthorne. This is Unbroken, the legendary code makers of World War II. The legendary code makers, Navajo teenagers, in their own right, children, some as young as 16, and going away from home. Navajo teenagers joining the Marine Corps because they had a sense of homeland security. And when they found out that this America, this country that had, well, not to rehash history, but part of what's going on today is we don't like to be reminded of the bad parts of history. But that's what history is. It's good and bad. And when we try to eliminate the bad parts, we lose some of who we are. So the bad part of this story is that America had oppressed the Native Americans for so long, and we can get into Livestock Reduction, Indian Reduction Act, all of those things that went on. Well, let's just talk about how in 1940s, Native Americans weren't voting. They weren't counted as citizens. But when they heard that their homeland, America, was under attack, they left the sheep corrals. They left the family flocks. And at that time, the family flock was not just a status symbol, but that was well-being. The flock was well-being for the Navajo family. They left the sheepfold. They left the flocks. They left the woodpile. The responsibility of producing heat for the home, wood for burning and cooking, hauling water. They left all of that to go and defend, in spite of all of the mistreatment, what those men termed in their training, Nihima, our mother, the motherland, if you will. These teenagers went off to war in defense of a way of life. Now, some of that history has been told. There's a lot of history on the internet. If I think it's Wikipedia is probably one of the most, and there's a lot of things out there, but it's impersonal. What we want to do here from Unbroken is to make it personal. I want to tell you stories about the Navajo Code Talkers that you've never heard before. I want to point to you different things about the Code Talkers that you've never heard before. And when you see them, when you hear them, I want you to interact with me. But most importantly, I want to tell you about how these Code Talkers perfected the only indigenous language military code to never be broken. And we're going to have to go back a long ways for that. Now, we're not going to tell the whole story here today. And I want to just kind of looking over my shoulder here. There's some portraits on the wall back there. These are portraits of some Code Talkers. Let me duck around. The smaller one there, that's a portrait of my father. Again, he was a Code Talker. He joined when he was 17 years old. Interesting story. Let's just start with his story. My father was influenced by the reading of Jules Verne. And right away, I think when you think of Jules Verne, you think of the book 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. That's what influenced my father's adventuresome spirit. So when he went off to join, he wanted to join the submarine service. He wanted to be a submariner. But by the time he got to the recruiter's office, the military had decided that any Navajo man coming into the service would be directed to the Marines, and then from the Marines, they would be directed into a top secret program. They didn't call it Navajo Code Talkers. It was a top secret program, and it remained top secret until 1968. So all of these young men were shipped off to boot camp there in San Diego, stood on the yellow footprint, stood on the parade deck, and began their training. And after their initial boot camp, then they were sequestered into a top secret area, Navajo Code School, Navajo Language School. Well, I'm sorry, it wasn't Navajo Code School, it was Language School. Language School. All of the Navajo Marines that successfully completed the language school were awarded the Occupational Specialty Identifier of 642. All told, there were well over 420. But my father's experience came when he left the little town of Lupton, Arizona, headed to Phoenix, and was issued a bus token. He held onto that bus token all the way out to San Diego. And when he got off the bus at San Diego, he was expecting a welcome. Nobody was there to welcome him. 17-year-old Navajo boy, fresh off what we called then the reservation. We're not the reservation now, we are the Navajo Nation. But this 17-year-old boy stood around for a little bit. He was looking for somebody in a uniform because his recruiter had told him the sergeant will pick you up and tell you where to go. So he was looking for somebody in uniform. He didn't know what a sergeant was. May have been a man's name. So he was waiting for the sergeant. But the sergeant never showed. But my father was looking around, and he saw buses going different places and everything. And so he picked a bus to get on, and it took him out to Pendleton. It took him out to MCRD. And there he began his adventure as not a submariner, but as a Marine and what was to become known as a Navajo Code Talker. Now, about the language, about the code. The Navajo language at that time was spoken regionally. It wasn't nationally spoken. It wasn't even written. The Navajo language was used by the Navajo from their heart. But a man named Philip Johnston, who had served in the Marines in World War I, was also a missionary. And he understood Navajo. He spoke the Navajo language, one of the few non-Navajos to do so. And he came up with the concept that this language was not only eloquent, but it was precise. And he thought it a good alternative to all of the codes that were up to that point being broken with regularity by the Japanese code breakers. The Japanese code breakers were absolutely the best in the business. Every code that came up, it wasn't very long before they were able to break that code. So Philip Johnston presented his idea to the Marine Corps command system, suggesting and indicating that it would be a good way to devise a code. Finally, after a long time of trying, persuading, the Marine Corps agreed to it. And so Mr. Johnston, living there in San Diego at the time, went out on the shipyards, and he found 3 Navajos who were working the shipyards, and he found a sailor, all Navajos. And he talked to them about it and said, this is what we want to do. I need you to come with me, and we're going to show the Marine generals how your language can be an effective weapon in winning this war. So after a short period of rehearsal, they separated the 4 men in different buildings, and they gave one of the team of 2, they gave one of them a message in English. It was written down in English. They told him, we want you to transmit this on the telephone, on the radio, to the other building over there, to the other 2 team members. I want you to translate it. I want you to speak it in your Navajo language. So they looked at it and they said, all right, here we go. So these 2 men translated that message, sent it across the wires. And on the other end, the 2 Navajo men wrote it down. Now, this message was originated in English. it went from the visual perception of these Navajo men through the mind gate into the heart and came out of their mouth in the Navajo language. And as it traveled across the airwaves, it reached the Navajo ears on the other end. Those Navajo ears then allowed it to travel again through the heart, and they wrote that message down in English. All of this happened in just a matter of seconds. So the Marine staff, brass, generals, all that were there, they were pretty impressed. They gave it a temporary try. They began to recruit Navajos. In 1942, there was a a Marine recruiting station set up, Fort Wingate, New Mexico. There were 30 Navajo men who enlisted, signed up for the Marine Corps. And there's another story there because 29 showed up. So it's often referred to as the initial 29 code talkers, the initial 29 Navajo code talkers. 29 of them showed up to take the boot camp. They went through boot camp. After boot camp, they went into the language course, the language school. And what they did there was nothing short of phenomenal. You see, the Navajo language had no allowances for terms of warfare, had no particular terms or phrases for military vernacular, military nomenclature. So they had to devise a method rather than just speak conversationally in Navajo about some of the military things that were going on. These men had to literally had to create a code that would deceive the enemy, disguise America's movements, and lead to an ultimate victory. The Navajo men got together there and they began to identify certain nomenclature for the military. Reconnaissance plane, submarine, tank. No Navajo word for that. So then they would take the function of those military pieces of equipment, deciding what they would do. What does this reconnaissance helicopter do? What does it look like? Well, that reconnaissance helicopter then became a hummingbird in Navajo. So there are many of these instances all told, there were well over 230 terms that the Navajo code talkers created. Now, in creation of a code, you've got to allow for repetition of letters. And so the Navajo men had to have 3 options for every letter. 3 options for every letter. The code breaker focuses on repetition and vowels being repeated. For instance, if you take just the name Guadalcanal, how many A's are in that? And so if the code talker is without any options and he says this letter over and over, the code breaker then is going to look at it and is going to say there's something going on here. And that's a key to breaking the code. They'll get in and start being able to figure out what it really means. And so the Navajo language was elevated into this code. As an example, for the letter A, the Navajo men used the Navajo word for ant, the Navajo word for apple. For every letter in the alphabet, they had 3 alternatives, 3 options. And then they take it a step further. In coded messages, oftentimes you would speak clearly, and then sometimes you'd have to spell out the message in the coded language. And one example that's most often used when describing the Navajo code was the phrase, hill secured. Hill secured. Now, more often than not, the hill would have a number. And so the Navajo code talker would take the message from his commander, and let's say that they are relaying the message that the hill has been secured. And so how that developed, the word hill The letter H. The Navajo would use the word for horse. So you write out horse. And then the rest of the word hill, the remaining letters are I-L-L, ill. And so the Navajo word then was sick. So literally the phrase for hill was sick horse. Sick horse. Let's move on to hill secured, the word secured. The letter S in secured. The Navajo used the word for sheep. Sheep starts with an S. The Navajo word depe doesn't start with an S, but they know what depe is. That's a sheep. And then the letter I in the word secured. I. Sheep's eye. Sheep's eye cured. So then you have the content of this message is literally sick horse secured. The sheep's eye is cured. And so that message would go. Now, on the norm, a message encoded, transmitted, decoded, and then relayed to proper authorities, proper command, would take 30 minutes with all of the code machines and all of the interaction that was required between the man and the equipment. 30 minutes. The Navajo language reduced that time to 20 seconds. 20 seconds from the time the message went out across the airwaves until it was received on the other end, decoded. Now again, the message is given by the commander in English. The Navajo code talker reads it in Navajo across the airwaves. On the other end, at command headquarters perhaps, there's a Navajo sitting there listening. He hears it in Navajo and immediately writes it down in English and hands it to the commanding officer. So from 30 minutes to 20 seconds, the Navajo code was that effective. The Navajo code was effective in another way, in as much as it was not just simply conversation. Now, if we were to go back to World War I and we talk about the Choctaw tribe, the Choctaw nations, they were perhaps known as the first code talkers. They spoke conversationally in their language. They didn't have a code, but theirs was sufficient service to create confusion among the enemy. And down through time up until 1943, when the Navajo Code became classified by the United States government. And that code in its classification was top secret. No material left that language training area with those Navajo men. When they got on the boat going across the sea to hit Guadalcanal, they didn't have anything written down. Everything they had done, over 200 terms created specifically for this code, they didn't have any of it written down. It was all in the mind and in the heart. And when they got onto Guadalcanal later in the afternoon after the initial attack, the Navajo Marines began there to take part in it. Some were ashore, some were on the ship. There were well over 800 messages sent in the Navajo Code throughout that day, throughout the attack on Guadalcanal. Well over 800 messages, and not one of them had an error in it. Not one of them had an error in it. And that's miraculous in and of itself. It is phenomenal that this heart language from young sheep herders, from an area of the United States that was literally forgotten, these men stood up and made a code. These men stood with that code and worked that code because it was their heart language. And they had taken that heart language and turned it into a weapon. And that weapon was so instrumental during the Pacific Theater. There was a Major Connor, he was a signal officer there on Guadalcanal, operating different radio nets throughout the attack on Guadalcanal. After it was all over, Major Connor is quoted as saying, had it not been for the Navajo Code, the Marines never would have taken Iwo Jima. significant. Now, the purpose of this Unbroken podcast, again, is to enlighten America on the fullness of the contribution of the Navajo Marines from 1942 to 1945. On this journey of Unbroken, I want to present you with personal stories. I want to present you with historical accounts. I want to present you with experts in the field. And I want you to enjoy the trip. But I want you to join me. We intend to do a weekly podcast. And here on Parade Deck is where you can find us. I want you to scan that QR code that's on Parade Deck there. I want you to scan that. I want you to share it with your friends, your family, anybody that has a inkling of patriotism or military awareness. Share that code with them and tell them that this is what Unbroken is. It's a story about 420 plus Navajo teenagers who, during one of the bleakest times for Native America, set aside family and home and livestock and livelihoods and made a journey halfway around the world to employ their heart language in defense of Nehema, our mother, the homeland. I'm Regan Hawthorne, and this is Unbroken, the legendary code makers of World War II. I want to take kind of a pause here, and I want to talk just briefly about furthering the legacy of the Navajo Code Talkers through the Navajo Code Talker Museum. The Navajo Code Talker Museum is an undertaking that has been too long in the making. There has been established a nonprofit 501c3 organization entitled Navajo Code Talker Museum, Incorporated. You can find them at National Navajo Code Talkers Museum.org. National Navajo Code Talkers Museum.org. They're building a museum. Their mission is to build a museum. They need your help. Go to that website and find out, communicate with them how you might help. In August of 2014, there was a groundbreaking held on the site for the future museum there in, say, Benito, New Mexico. They need your help building that museum. As part of Unbroken, bringing awareness to the Code Talkers, bringing awareness of the Code Talkers to everybody that's listening, a good friend of mine, personal friend of mine, a very, very professional, very expert in his field, Mr. David Yellowhorse. Now, David Yellowhorse is famous for his handcrafted custom knives. And I'm going to ask Mr. Studio Man, I think Andrew's on. I'm going to ask Andrew here in just a minute to bring up a video that we've prepared, that David has prepared. But I want to introduce David Yellowhorse to everybody and kind of say what he's got in mind here. David is coming on with us here. David, kind of lean into the camera here and use your microphone. This is David Yellowhorse, and he's done custom work for many, many years. I'll let him introduce himself to you and talk about what he's got going on.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay? I think so.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Okay, good. I've been working a little bit on some Code Talker items. First of all, I've been a knife maker for the last 44 years and a silversmith for 48. Excuse me. And I came up with an idea. I came across this little gun. It's a 911 Colt replica. It's a 1/32 scale with working parts and stuff. And what I did is I actually added some of my own artwork to the slide and commemorating the Navajo Code Talkers. And I really liked it. And I showed Reagan here what it looked like, and I wanted to actually distribute this or offer it to folks out there, and actually give some of the proceeds to the Navajo Code Talker Museum and their efforts over there in this. I'm still working the details out on it. It has a good possibilities. I have one knife that I have on my website that does do a tribute to the Navajo Code Talkers already, and it's on my site. It's called yellowhorse.com. If you go over there, you'll see it. It's on a buck Model 110 knife. I did buck knives with buck knives for probably 30 years with them, and what a great company to work with.
Great, David. You know what? We're going to take a look at those knives now. I know you put together a little video.
Good.
We're going to take a look at those knives now, and we'll kind of talk over it and let people see what you're doing there, and try to get this out a little bit. And I really appreciate, Dave, your love for the Code Talkers, the history there, and your intent to put some of the proceeds of this project. I know it's a young project; it's brand new. You're still kind of refining it.
The details out.
We'll get together on that. But to indicate that you want to try to help with the museum a little bit, Andrew, if you've got that video, I'd like to go ahead and roll that. Okay, we can do that.
Yeah. There's no sound to this, but I put it on there so you could see kind of what it looks like.
Yeah, now this, again, David does his own work. He's been doing it for so long. He's really, really genuine in his work here. And a lot of his work is going to be found on yellowhorse.com. Yellowhorse.com. Now you see the miniatures there. These are non-firing replicas. They have little, looks like little bullets in that clip that slides out the bottom down there, the magazine that slides out the bottom. The one side of it there is engraved with Navajo Code Talkers, and on the other side of the other side of the barrel there, it's engraved with the United States Marine Corps. So again, go to yellowhorse.com and look at this knife and watch for when David launches that project. This is just the first one that he's done to get a feel for it. But David, I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate you taking the time to be here this evening. It's snowing out here, everybody. Snowing out here in Gallup, New Mexico. So we've got to start wrapping this up and get our snowmobiles out and get back to where we're going.
Yeah.
So
thank you for having me. Yep.
All right, we're gonna slide out of here. Andrew, I'm gonna ask you real quick to come on and kind of smile at me and tell me a little bit about Parade Deck, because I want to thank you. For some reason, I'm not getting any movement on my scene here.
Can you
video
hear me?
stopped. I can hear you, Andrew.
All right. It just might be as long as you can hear me. So, oh, you get that echo. Maybe you can mute. So yellowhorse.com. That's a great domain name. I'm a domain kind of guy. So, and I've also seen
yellowhorse.com.
Yellowhorse.
Yeah, he's a world of custom knives there. Okay.
And you also have
again,
a drone.
Proceeds of this will be going to the Navajo Code Talker Museum, and we'll get going.
Yep.
All right. Can you hear me, Regan?
Andrew, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Perfect. I was going to say that he also has a drone, and I've seen some of the footage, from last year, August 14th. So a man of many talents, and I would recommend going over to his. Actually, we need to get you on the Parade Deck, because I was about to say you need to go over to his YouTube page, but instead you need to come on the Parade Deck. So I'll challenge you to that. You give me a call, not tomorrow, because I think I'll be sleeping all day.
We'll see if we can get him moved over to Parade Deck.
So, but you'll still have your YouTube. But I would encourage people to go over there and look at your videos because they're very informative. I like the way you just have that frank discussion. You just come on, you talk about what's going on. It's very effective. So, but yeah, the parade deck is definitely, you guys exemplify what it's all about. It's everything important is on the parade deck, and I love the references that Regan made about about the parade deck, and relating all the way back to when the Code Talkers actually went to San Diego and stood on the parade deck. So,
Andrew, before we go, I want to shout out to Major Phil Kendro and his bunch out of Mount Soledad, San Diego, California. I know it's backwards, maybe, but back in November they had got together and paid for a memorial plaque for the Code Talkers, and they installed it out there. Beautiful thing. You get a chance to visit Mount Soledad with Major Phil Kendro and the bunch. You do so and tell them we said hi.
Yeah, and that's another. That echo went away. That's another. I think that's on YouTube because they live streamed that, and Regan, you spoke at it, and that bar none, that's the best live stream I've ever seen. Like the way they professionally put that together. I know there was I think a 1-star general, General Ryan. I can't remember his name.
Correct. Yeah, he's the deputy commandant. I think is what they call him. See, I'm not a Marine. So.
Yeah, so that's all right. Well, I am, and I still don't know. But yeah, that was an amazing event, and I encourage you to do more things like that. And as we work with the parade deck, and David, as we work with you, we start expanding, that web, and getting people to come on and watch that content. So, but Regan, thanks for being on tonight.
Well, you know what? Again, thank you, Andrew, for the walkthrough. Thanks for building it up. Thanks for being on a parade deck. And this is where we're going to be. I see we're getting people signing off here, but that's okay. They know who we are, to know where we are. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Andrew.
I tell you, you bet. I'll see you guys later. You just X out.
Bye-bye.
Don't hit that big red button in the corner. All right. There you go. All right. All right. That was a great. I love that. That's great. So yeah, we had a lot of views. Thanks for sticking around for that. That's really important. Regan, represents, as he told his story there, and I'm excited. His Unbroken series coming out. I know he wants to do a magazine, a lot of things that he wants to do, and so I've been to his house. I've been out there on that reservation, and I live in the city, and so when you go out there, I'm just always in awe when I'm driving out. I'm usually riding, but and I just see that open land out there. The open land of the reservation of Arizona, of New Mexico. The Four Corners, you're just in awe of like, gosh, I didn't realize there was this big of a sky, because I'm here in the city and I love what I see. I love the buildings and the hustle and the bustle. But when you get out there and you see that open sky and you see the ground that they live on and you see how they live, and I'm just amazed how humble they are. And I'm talking the Navajo Nation itself, and all the reservations. How humble they are, and the way that they live humbly. And so I'd encourage you, do some studying, to going to the website. Actually, if you go to paradedeck.com and go to the search tool, look for Regan Unbroken, and he'll have links on there where you can actually do more investigation. But get involved. If you're a school, if you're a college, if you're someone that's writing reports, and you want to do a presentation, or I'll just toot Regan's horn. If you want Regan to come and speak at your organization, you won't go wrong. I've seen him speak in person. He was mentioning Mount Soledad there in San Diego, or La Jolla out there in California. Did an amazing, captivating, the way his presence and the way that he speaks, and it just rolls off of his tongue. So he's probably like, oh, these compliments. But he's just an amazing, amazing human, and I'm glad to know him and his family. So Isaiah and Caleb and Carolyn, his wife. So kudos to all of them. All right, so we have, what time is it? It's 7:39. We're a little ahead of schedule. So I'm going to play a video from Stars and Stripes. I'm going to read the lineup, though, so you guys know who's coming up. I'm also going to be stopping the live stream and then I'm going to be re-engaging the live stream. And so we have really put the Opus software to the test today. And so we've got some of our guests coming up. We want to make sure that that's live on LinkedIn and YouTube. So I'm going to stop it. So it is going to go off, and then it's going to come back on. So I'm going to take an opportunity to play a video during that period of time. But upcoming guests, just to let you know, I talked about Riley. She's the first lieutenant in the Marine Corps, Olympic medalist for bobsledding, and she's the pilot of the bobsled team, the U.S. bobsled team. We've got Tony Taylor coming up with Aubrey McDade, who is a Navy Cross recipient, and among other accolades. That is coming on at 9:00. I want you to tune into everything, but Mr. McDade is the second African American to achieve recognition with the Navy Cross. So I'd really like you to tune into that and support him as he actually starts to venture out into speaking engagements and sharing his story. We got Mr. Campbell from Arizona, the gunfighter. We're going to show 3 episodes of the American Warrior series, and I wanted to do that. I know it's not live. We're going to be playing the videos, but very informative, and I want to give you a more of a taste of how amazing their production is. And then we have Courtney all the way from Okinawa. Courtney, I hope I don't mess that up. She is a fitness certified fitness. She's got a lot of letters after her name. Her husband is active duty Marine Corps. She works indirectly with me on a lot of our social media platforms, helping not only military but other runners to get in shape. That's probably a bad way to describe it, get in shape, but to achieve performance. Let me say that no matter what stage you are running or lifting weights or just, moving toward a healthier lifestyle. So Courtney is going to present OCS prep nutrition program. So she's going to be talking a lot about nutrition. And then we got Kelly Sabrachi. She is from the Navy. She's actually the social media ambassador for the Navy. Jackie Barnum, Olivia Nunn, and the David Johnson Show. And then early morning, we've got Meech Demetrius is going to be coming on. He's in Quantico. He's a lively guy. I talked to him last night. And then we have Joey ending everything about 8:00 in the morning. So, all right, I'm going to start a video, but I'm going to stop the live stream. So goodbye for a few minutes, and then I'm going to bring it back on.